בכל רגע, תלוי באינטרסים,
You turn on the screen.
No sound.
Good morning, deputies. If I could call you to order, that would be grand. A very warm welcome to everybody here. Before I hand over to Phil to introduce the meeting, I do just want to say this is a long meeting. It's long because we have lots of really exciting agenda items because your honorary officers and your staff have been working really, really hard on your behalf. It does mean the timetable is tight, so I may have to chair with more than my normal share of brutality, for which I apologize to you in advance. Phil, the floor is yours to open the meeting.
Thank you very much. I'm Israel Chai. First of all, thank you very much to Andrew for sponsoring the Kiddush today and to Jeremy for sponsoring the last one. I didn't mention that. Deputies will all be very much aware that we are tentatively in a ceasefire. It's sensitive at the moment, and we await the planned release of hostages, Emily Damari, the British national, Romy Gonen, and Doran Steinbrecher. It is a moment of great anxiety, I think, for all of us. And I think at this moment, we hold in our hearts the hostages, all the hostages, their families, and the people of Israel. As is customary in these times of uncertainty, I'm going to ask those who are able to stand. I think we're going to put up the a Sinai prayer, and we'll recite together Psalm 121, Sinai. Shir Malot, Sinai ele harim me'ayin yavo Ezri me'im Adonai Ose shamayim varetz Al yiten lamot raglecha Al yanum shomerecha Hine lo yanum velo yishan Shomer Yisrael Adonai shomerecha Adonai tzilcha al yad yeminecha Yomam hashemesh lo yakeka Ve'yareach balayla Adonai yishmorecha mikol ra yishmor et nafshecha Adonai yishmor tzedcha uvoecha me'ata v'ad olam. Thank you, deputies. Deputies, as you'll have seen, we have a live stream broadcasting what is happening. And at the moment that we know that the hostages have been released, we'll break for a short prayer. Obviously, we don't know how they'll be. We pray that they'll be fully alive, healthy and well. And we pray for that as we go. But here is our commitment to everybody. Until the last hostage is out, we will not let up. We will continue to campaign for the release of every single one of the hostages. And I thank you for you and all your communities for everything you're doing to secure their release as soon as possible. Deputies, it has been an incredibly busy time since we last met. Richard Sassoon actually asked me in the questions that deputies asked to honorary officers how we're doing against the pledges that we made. And some of you remember that I made 43 pledges. And I was very pleased to say that we have started 91% of those. 39 are in some degree of completion, many of them in advanced stages. 9 of them completed already. That's 21%. And we're 21% of the way through the term. And it's not just about me, it's about my incredible team who are working flat out each day in and day out for the good of this community. And just for example, just yesterday, we saw the fruits of that work. And I want to pay particular tribute to Vice President Andrew Gilbert and also to the co-chairs of the London Jewish Forum, Michael Ziff, Amanda Bowman, and everyone who worked to make sure that these protesters were not allowed to protest and disrupt synagogue services. They were moved. That took a lot of effort. It's taken a lot of effort over 15 months. So let's show appreciation to everyone who is involved in that decision. Deputies, you'll be aware that later on in the meeting, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner will be joining us to explain and talk about his perspective on the last 15 months and also to take some of the questions that you've submitted. This meeting, it's a slightly longer meeting, is about what we spoke about earlier on. It's about making these meetings not a talking shop, but a platform for action. And today we've focused on the first of our 5 priorities, fighting anti-Semitism. So in addition to the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, we'll have an evidence session led by the co-chairs of our Commission on Anti-Semitism, Lord John Mann and Penny Mordaunt, who will be looking to hear from you, your suggestions for what we need to include in that commission and making sure that we record those as we go. We'll also have a State of the Union address from the President of the Union of Jewish Students to talk about the situation on campus, and a presentation from Holocaust Memorial Day, the Chief Executive and a Holocaust survivor in these days in advance of the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. And you may have seen outside there is an opportunity to buy candles for Holocaust Memorial Day, which I hope deputies will take advantage of. Deputies, it's been an incredibly busy time. You'll see that from my report. I just want to focus on a couple of things that are not necessarily inside them. First of all, our engagement with communities across the country remains apace. In 7 months, I made 14 regional visits. I was in Scotland this last week, and I thank Ephraim Borowski and Edward Green for their help with meetings there. And just yesterday, and particular credit to Kim Cohen, I was at Northwood and Ruislip United Synagogue. In the coming weeks, I'm visiting Newcastle and Gateshead and Nottingham, and we look forward to getting, as I promised, to every one of the 12 nations and regions across this country in the first year. The other thing I'd just like to share in terms of making our community more united, more inclusive, and more outward looking is progress on our gender equality plan. The plan, as you'll know, envisaged the appointment of champions to take that work forward. And I'm delighted to say that the Vice Chair of the Finance, Fundraising and Organisation Division, Claire Morland, and the Vice Chair of the Under 35 Assembly, Lauren Kalis, will be taking forward that work. In the coming weeks, they'll be organising a meeting for women deputies to talk about the next steps of that important work. I now move on to the announcements, and there's quite a lot. First of all, a refuah shelema to the sister of Richard Cooper, Elizabeth, Elisheva Bat Toiba Hinda, who was taken ill towards the end of last week, is in hospital. We send our wishes for a full and speedy recovery. Happily, quite a lot of mazel tovs. First of all, mazel tov to Annabelle Deichis on her birthday today. Mazel tov to Sylvia Hartman on her grandson's engagement. Mazel tov to Richard Cohen on the birth of his granddaughter Mia. Mazel tov to Mike Mendoza on his engagement to Limor Baum. Mazel tov to Harry, Richard and Rob Sassoon on Harry's recent marriage to Rebecca. Mazel tov to Josh Aronson, the new deputy for the Zionist Federation, on becoming a council member on President Herzog's Voice of the People Council. And I'm delighted we have many new deputies, and I'm sorry if I don't get you all in here, but Rabbi Gideon Shalom from Ahavat Yisrael United Synagogue, Stuart Diamond from the Sussex Jewish Representative Council, and Shmuel von Weissel is the new under 35 observer for the Leeds Jewish Representative Council. Fantastic addition from Leeds Kollel, from the Table Initiative in Leeds, which has been most fantastic. Welcome to all of our new deputies. Two other mazel tovs. First of all, to Vicky, Harris and Alex on their 50th wedding anniversary, which I think is today. Mazel tov to them. And of course, a huge mazel tov to our Chief Executive, Michael Uyghur, on the wedding of his son, Jonathan, to Melissa in Jerusalem today. That is where Senior Vice President Adrian Cohen as well. And we wish the whole family a hearty, hearty mazel tov. A few condolences to share as well to Morris Hoffman on the passing of his wife, Rosemary, to Kito Holtz on the passing of his wife, Moira, to my mother, Michelle Rosenberg, my aunt, Sharon Horowitz, and our whole family on the passing of my grandfather, Eric Sargon, aged 96 in Jerusalem. Thank you very much. He lived a tremendous life, born in Mumbai, India, lived here for 60 years, where he was in the BBC Symphony Orchestra, played for Her Majesty, the late Queen, recorded with the Beatles, and spent his final days in Jerusalem. A remarkable man, and we miss him already. Chaim Arakim to all who have lost family members in the recent period. And with that, I hand back over to our independent chair, Karen, to take forward the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Phil. Just some general housekeeping rules. I would ask you all to be polite, as you most often are. The meeting isn't live streamed, but it will be recorded, and we're hoping to put it out without needing to edit it, for which we need your help. We do have members of the press likely to be here, likely to be online. Please bear that in mind. There was an absolutely brilliant piece of background documents sent out on what is slander, what is libel. I commend it to you and suggest that you read that if you're unfamiliar with this. A really good piece. I would ask all of the deputies online to make sure that your name is clearly identified. So no iPad 3. And if you're an under 35 observer, could you please put that first on your ID? That makes it easier for us to put you in the waiting room in the unlikely event that we have a vote, and we need to do that. Again, from the chair, I want to encourage anybody who hasn't spoken to contribute to our discussions to seek the chair. I would ask anybody who is speaking from the floor here to come up to the mic. That's how we're going to do it. And I would also remind you of the accessibility rules to speak clearly into the mic. And if you're on screen, make sure that you're clearly visible. Right, excellent. May I move without further ado to the approval of the minutes of our last meeting, which was held on the 24th of November. So the first thing I'm going to do is ask all of you if any of you have any points of accuracy or any corrections that you would like to see to those minutes. I see none. Thank you. So in that case, they can be taken as a correct record of our meeting. Does anybody have any questions arising from those minutes which are not brought forward in other agenda items? I see none. Thank you very much for that. In that case, you've got me back on track. I really appreciate that. And I can hand over back now for our agenda item on questions to the President and honorary officers. But before I do that, I did just want to say that this is a long meeting and it's difficult to retain your attention all the time. I'm going to try and bring you in at 5 o'clock, for which I'll have to chair very tightly. I am hoping that by 1 o'clock, I can hand over to the President, and I'm just a bit late on that, but not too late. By 2 o'clock, I hope to be at the important Holocaust Memorial Day discussion. At about 3 o'clock, we should be well into the Commission on Anti-Semitism discussion. And by 4 o'clock, I hope that I will be in a position to ask Sami to tell us the state of what's happening in the universities. That is the plan. And I hope to bring you in according to that. So without further ado, I will now take questions to the President and the honorary officers. The clock will be set to 1 minute, and I would ask you to direct your questions to specifically named honorary officers. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. On. Yes, please. Toby Millis, under 35 observer for Bromley, Montenegro. The rise in populism in European politics is terrifying from a Jewish perspective. In the wake of Holocaust Memorial Day, the findings of tied to neo-Nazi groups in Austria and also in Germany with the FPO and the AfD are concerning. What is the Board of Deputies' stance on the rise of far-right populism, taking over, because it might be over us now, it can be produced again.
Thank you for that question. I understand from the tech team that they would infinitely prefer that we use the roving mic, which is currently in Noah's hands. So we are going to adhere to the normal practice that we have, which is asking you to come up unless Noah gets to you first, which will waste less time but cause him to be an acrobat. So let's be reasonable here. Any other further questions to honorary officers, please? I've got Susan Pascoe online, I understand. Susan, the floor is yours.
Susan Pascoe, no Israel community in Hendon. Hope you can hear me. Sorry, I couldn't be there today. I wanted to address my question to the President, please. You don't mention in your statement the revival by the government of the Higher Education Freedom of Speech Act. I know that UJS is speaking to us later, but I'm raising this as an academic working at a university. And I'm guessing that your answer will say, well, the provisions aren't worked out yet. I welcomed the board and UJS's stance on the previous position where the act was paused. And I do urge the board to have ongoing conversations with Bridget Phillipson, the education secretary, and others in the that department, because a hostile environment on campus, the boundaries between hate speech and free speech are very difficult and problematic for universities. So my time is up.
Need to hurry you, Susan. Thank you so much. I'm going to take one more question and then hand it to the honorary officers, please. Thank you so much. Back to the honorary officers team. So Phil, and then anybody else who wants to add something from the team.
Thank you to everybody who's asked questions there. Toby, it is obviously a huge concern to us, the rise of populism and extremism. Our community is allergic to the politics of the extremes and will continue to face down extremism in whatever quarter it comes. We're in close liaison with partner communities across Europe and indeed the world on that very issue. Susan, thank you very much. Obviously, it was one of the first things we began to work with the Department for Education on when we were elected. We have an ongoing conversation with the government. The government was in touch with us before the Secretary of State made the announcement in the House. We and the Union of Jewish Students, I know, are relatively confident about what's been happening and where the decisions are going, but we will, of course, continue to keep a close eye on it. And Michael, good question. Look, I think we were really pleased with the meetings. I remember at the end of the meeting with Lisa Nandy, she gave 11 concrete recommendations. But what I would say is this, you'll have seen that in the days following the meeting with Wes Streeting, he spoke out very clearly about some of the challenges we've seen in the NHS. That was covered in the national media. We were working with Lisa Nandy on those 11 commitments. The Prime Minister spoke about working cross-government and getting his departments to work with us. And we've been seeing very, very positive and constructive engagement from the government. The key thing is not just words, it's the actions. And the job for us now is to follow through with those and make sure we get those tangible outcomes.
Thank you very much. Andrew, do you have anything to add? Thank you. Are there any more questions? I have some people online. Excellent. I'm most grateful to you, Daniel, for helping me out here. So first of all, I'm going to take Lawrence Julius. The floor is yours, and then I will take somebody. Is it Zach? Zach Bates.
Hi.
So Lawrence and then Zach.
Right. Professor Phil, I wish you long life on the death of your grandfather. A quick question. How do the board vet speakers we invite? We must be careful not to give the floor to people who spread blood libels, hate, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach, the floor's yours.
Hello, Zach Bates Fisher, Movement for Reform Judaism. I wanted to ask what the board has done, is doing, and might hope to do in the future with regards to LGBT inclusion in our community and making sure that LGBT Jews feel a full part of this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zach. Jeremy, please ask your question.
Is that me? Hi there. Can you hear me? So first of all, to Phil, I wish you long life. I wish you Chaim Arachim on the loss of your grandfather. My question is simply that very recently it's been brought to my attention that Parliament's International Development Committee has produced a report on Israel and the Palestinian territories, and this details the very grim situation in Gaza and the West Bank, but is also one of the most, I could say, truly one-sided documents that I think that committee has ever produced, making no mention at all of the ongoing war that has taken place in the last 15 years, of Hamas, of rejectionism, of incitement and the threat of terrorism, and nor in fact of anti-Semitism. And I wonder whether in fact you've seen this document, and whether critiquing it and bringing it to the attention of MPs will be a focus of the advocacy day that we're going to be carrying out very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So back to the Honorary Officer team.
So in terms of Lawrence's question, of course, we do keep a close eye on speakers. It is, of course, a privilege to address our deputies, and we think carefully about the speakers that we bring in, but it is something that we will continue to be mindful of. Zach, very good question. Look, we continue to advocate for inclusion of all streams and all parts of our community. I'm very glad that we have an active LGBT group within the Board of Deputies, and LGBT deputies becoming increasingly prominent in our work. We have in our Jewish manifesto a number of key pledges around that. We continue to advocate against the evil practice of conversion therapy. We've spoken out on health-related issues, including, although this is not just the LGBT community, but National AIDS Day. And we will continue to work on the advice of deputies about the ways that we can engage. So it is an important question, and we hold the LGBT plus community and all parts of our community very much in the work that we're doing around inclusion. And Jeremy, I'm aware of the report. I know that a number of MPs have spoken out already against it. We'll sort of monitor and reflect on whether the right thing to do is to engage specifically on that, or to, as I prefer, to be proactive in terms of our engagement on the issues, but it's a good question.
Thank you very much, Phil. I don't know if any of the honorary officers have anything to add. I'd like at this stage to give a warm welcome to Harriet Goldenberg, who is standing in for Adrian Cohen as Vice Chair of the International Division, because Adrian is in Israel.
Zach, in terms of your comment, I think it's really important in terms of the number of deputies who are LGBT in our community has grown massively. And there was a time where it wasn't a pleasant space or a safe space. And I'm delighted to say that I don't believe it's the case anymore. And I think in terms of LGBT deputies across the denominational divide, the board is a good space for that. Beyond that, there are issues out there, particularly when it comes to Pride and what happened on Pride last year. And I do think we have to ensure that there is a significantly better response from both the Jewish community, but also supporting Jewish gay and lesbian organizations in how they were treated by Pride last year, and also what's going on regional Pride activities. And I don't want us as the board to step into their space. I think it's very important they lead, but equally, it cannot be a repeat of last year where Jews did not feel safe often to be Jews on Pride marches. That's got to stop. And anything else, Zach, you want us to take up, please, and any other LGBT deputy, please advocate, please talk about it, and let's see what we can do.
So much, Andrew. Are there any other questions to the President or to the honorary officer team in the hall, in the room? Yes. Thank you.
All right. This is to Phil and also, I guess, Harriet in Adrian's absence. Firstly, I want to thank Phil and the honour officers for reflecting, I think, the breadth and strength of feeling in the community by including the suffering of both Israeli and Palestinian civilians and hopes for a peaceful resolution to the conflict, the statement on the deal. I just wanted to ask, what can the board be doing, not only to centre, obviously, the continuing release of hostages, obviously through all the phases of the deal as they come, but also that peaceful next step and the foundations for peace and security for both Israeli and Palestinian civilians.
Thank you very much. No conferring here. I need a speaker to answer that question.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Phil.
Our work on pursuing peace in the region remains undimmed. We've continued throughout even these last difficult 15 months to have dialogue with Arab ambassadors and Arab diplomats who are behind the scenes hopeful that once this phase of the conflict is over, that we can work to drive forward increasing peace in the region, that we can work to push forward the normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, and to pursue in its form that elusive but important two-state solution with the Palestinians. And the Board of Deputies will continue to play its full part in those efforts to the extent that we are able as a diaspora community.
Well, you're most welcome. It's great to have you with us. Okay, so that brings an end to the questions to the President and the honorary officers. I am going to need to take some advice now because I don't have an agenda item here on the specific divisional reports. Do you want me to quickly go through the honorary officers? Because they're not here yet. Right, I've had a suggestion from one of our quick thinking honorary officers that we bring forward the new speakers agenda item to now because it's quite likely that at the time when it appears on the agenda, we may well be running late. They were supposed to speak at 3:30. Can I ask by quick show of hands, are Rob, Debbie, Stuart and Josie happy if I do that? I see a hand, I see a hand. Yes, it's looking good. So in that case, with your permission and with our great thanks to Marion and to Rob for creating this fantastic program. I will invite our first new speaker to come and take the floor. It is Rob Scher from World Jewish Relief. And Rob, it's great to have you with us.
Doing all right here. Yeah. I'll try and keep it to 3 minutes. So I don't think I've ever just spoken for 3 minutes in my life. So I'm Rob. I'm the deputy for World Jewish Relief. For those that don't know, World Jewish Relief is the Jewish community's humanitarian agency. It was established in 1933 to respond to the growing threat to Jewish lives in Europe. During this time, we helped rescue 65,000 Jewish refugees fleeing Nazi persecution, including almost 10,000 children on the Kindertransport and survivors of concentration camps following their liberation. As Hillel famously said, if I'm not for myself, who will be for me? And if I'm only for myself, what am I? This important principle guides much of our work today. We support thousands of vulnerable Jews across the world in countries including Ukraine, Moldova, Uganda, Israel, and even the US following the horrific wildfires in LA. We also work extensively beyond the Jewish community, supporting people of all religious and nationalities who are experiencing the effect of conflict, crisis, or disaster. Our work focuses on 4 key areas of impact: life-saving support for vulnerable Jews, employment and livelihood assistance, support for refugees, and humanitarian and climate action. In terms of life-saving support for vulnerable Jews, we provide essential support to Jews in Eastern Europe, East Africa, including home care, home repairs, dementia support, and livelihood development. For employment and livelihood assistance, we help people transform their earning potential and gain independence over their own lives, rooted in our Jewish values that empowering people to provide for themselves is the highest form of tzedakah. Quite prominently, in terms of support for refugees, we're the largest provider of employment support for refugees in the UK, helping them find work and establish independent lives. For example, our Step Ukraine program has supported over 13,000 Ukrainians in the UK with English language and employment support. Finally, in terms of humanitarian and climate action, we assist people, communities, and local partners to prepare for, respond to, and recover from international crises, including conflict, disaster, and the climate crisis. Finally, just to touch on, in the short to medium term, our key areas of focus. First and foremost, support for Israel. Ever-shifting global events continue to bring with them more instability and suffering for vulnerable communities. The devastating October 7th terrorist attacks on Israel brought with them unimaginable pain for Jews everywhere, and we rapidly responded to unmet needs by working alongside partners in Israel, providing widespread trauma support. Second, uncertainty around the evolution of the Ukraine crisis. As we cast our attention forward, we know our mission is as critical and as urgent as ever. We remain committed to responding to crises in Ukraine and beyond, supporting communities in rebuilding their lives and creating opportunities for people to thrive and support adults and children.
I have to stop.
If anyone has any further questions, my time is up, but we'll be able to talk through later.
Thank
Thanks a
you.
lot for your time.
Thank you so much, Rob. Thank you. And I'll invite to the microphone now, Debbie Adelstone from the Leeds Jewish Representative Council. Great to have you with us.
Hi, thank you very much. Yeah, as just been announced, excuse me, my name is Debbie Adelstone. I am proud to represent the Leeds Jewish Representative Council. I feel like the newbie at school in trying to find my way and understanding the language and the rules here at the board. I'm thrilled with the warm welcome I've received from everyone I have met, so thank you. But I'm also very confused by the tone of some bod WhatsApp groups I'm on. There have been some upsetting exchanges where some messages are unhelpful and, in my opinion, bullying. There does not appear to be a clear consensus regarding the support given to Israel in its time of need. I'm confused why there appear to be some deputies who feel this is a good time to criticise the government of Israel when we are facing the worst anti-Zionist, anti-Semitic backlash of our generation. I have a long history of working in the criminal justice system. I've worked in all environments and with all nature of offenders. I am a proud Jew, proud to be British, and a proud Zionist. All our lives were rocked on October the 7th. My whole worldview changed. It was the hatred unleashed on October the 8th before Israel had even responded and was still reeling. It was the fact that people were ripping down the hostage posters. And as Douglas Murray said, can you imagine anyone tearing down pictures? Oh, one minute, I've just lost the place. Sorry. Of lost cats and dogs. Today, I get quite triggered when I see posters of cats and dogs that are untouched. I just had to do something to to help our people and find a voice for those unable to speak. In November 2023, I heard someone scream, "Fuck the Jews" in Leeds city centre. That was the litmus that ignited action. Part of that action was to set up Leeds Against Anti-Semitism, a grassroots organisation to challenge anti-Semitism on the streets of Leeds and politically through interaction with West Yorkshire councils and local police. We stand on the streets of Leeds with our banners and homegrown leaflets, having interesting conversations and debates. We are told that there is a silent majority who support us. Well, they need to stop being silent and they need to act. One of my main concerns is to counteract the self-hating Jews who speak against the Jewish state. In my opinion, these are the people who cause the most harm to Jews, both in the diaspora and in defending Israel's right to exist. When I'm talking to people on the streets through my activism, it is the self-haters' voices that are thrown back at me as evidence of why it's okay to be anti-Zionist, or should I say anti-Semitic, which takes me back to why I jumped at the chance to represent Leeds at the BOD. I am passionate to fight for a change in the law regarding the hateful marches which give anti-Semitism and anti-Israel sentiment a free rein. I'm passionate about the fact that there should be changes to the law regarding what constitutes hate
I am
crime.
going to have to cut you off,
Okay,
I'm afraid.
sorry.
It gives me no pleasure to do so. Thank you for your important work. I'm aware that Flora Frank wants the floor online. Flora, is it okay if I take the other two speakers and then take your question afterwards? Yes, I can see you nodding. That's super, thank you. It now gives me great pleasure to call on Stuart Diamond, who is representing the Sussex Jewish Representation Council.
Good afternoon, everybody. For those that don't know me, I'm Stuart Diamond, CEO of Mitzvah Day. What I'm most proud of is that I'm a resident of Hove and will be representing the Sussex Jewish community and the Sussex Jewish Representative Council. Before joining the Mitzvah Day team in June 2022, I had I've worked in the finance and human resources and also had the privilege of serving in the City of Cape Town's council for 9 years. During this time, I served as the portfolio chairperson of finance before being appointed as the mayoral committee member, where I oversaw a brand new portfolio titled Assets and Facilities. As the executive director of the Cape South African Jewish Board of Deputies from 2018 to 2021, I was responsible for the overall strategic direction and operational management of the organization. This encompassed strategic planning, fundraising, donor relations, stakeholder management, project execution, financial oversight, advocacy, and fostering interfaith and intergroup relations within the Cape Town Jewish community. During my tenure, I worked closely with the community security organization to navigate the significant challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic, ensuring the safety and well-being of the Jewish community in Cape Town. These experiences have equipped me with valuable skills and a deep understanding of community leadership, strategic planning, and stakeholder engagement. I believe these skills, combined with my passion for social justice and my commitment to Tikkun Olam, would be valuable assets to the board of the deputies and all you deputies in the room today. Throughout my career, I've constantly been driven by a passion for social cohesion and building inclusive communities. I firmly believe that fostering understanding and cooperation between different faiths and within our own diverse Jewish community is crucial for a thriving and just society. I'm particularly committed to supporting smaller Jewish communities across the UK and ensuring that their voices are heard and their needs are met. Back in South Africa, I founded a football club called Grass Boots, which now has over 250 members. I've served on several boards, including the United Herzliya Schools. And here in the UK, while living in London, I served as a governor for Alma Primary and a section assistant for 20th Finchley Scouts. Currently, I'm the treasurer of Barnard Multi-Faith and a member of Brighton and Hove Faith in Action. I'm passionate about contributing to the communities I live in. In my personal life, I serve as CEO of Mitzvah Day. What excites me about Mitzvah Day is its unwavering focus on social action, the impact of these projects, the positive change they create in the world, aligns perfectly with the values of Tikkun Olam that are so central to our Jewish tradition. Throughout my career, I've been fortunate to have the opportunity to develop policies and strategies for organizations and would like to continue that with you today. I hold a Bachelor of Arts in Industrial Psychology and Environmentals at the UCT, and I'm a fellow of the Schusterman Fellowship. Finally, on a personal note, I'm married to Lindy, who works for an organization called Nisan Hashem, and I have 3 fantastic daughters, Ariella, Erin, and Ava, and would like to serve the deputies as best I can in my tenure.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Stuart. And last but not least, I'd like to call on Josie Price, representing the Jewish Lads and Girls Brigade. The floor's yours, Josie.
Good afternoon, deputies. It's both an honour and a privilege to stand here before you today as the newly elected deputy representing JLGB, as well as a new junior doctor entering the NHS. These are 2 roles that I hold with immense pride, as they each reflect the enduring values of our community as Jews: service, resilience, and a commitment to shaping a brighter future for all. So, unsurprisingly, over 130 years, the Jewish Lads and Girls Brigade has been a cornerstone of British Jewish life. It was founded in 1897 and provided countless young people with opportunities to grow, lead, and connect with their heritage. Through its programs, it builds confidence and fosters a sense of belonging, and empowering the young Jews to excel, not just within our own Jewish community, but in wider society in Britain. So for me, JLGB is a reminder that whilst our Jewish identity is timeless, the way in which we engage with it, we must remain dynamic and relevant to new generations, which I also believed is echoed by this board. So this mission actually mirrors the remarkable legacy of the Board of Deputies also. For centuries so far, the board has stood as the representative voice of British Jewry, safeguarding our community's interests and advocating for rights in every corner of our society. The board's longevity is not just a testament to its strength, but also to its ability to evolve in responses to the challenges and opportunities we face as people. Like JLGB, I find the board to be a beacon of continuity, reminding us about our collective identity being built on tradition and innovation working hand in hand. But as a junior doctor, I'm proud to step into a profession that's rooted in compassion and care and a commitment to equality. Yet I would be lying if I said I didn't feel a sense of unease. Anti-Semitism, often cloaked in the guise of anti-Zionism, is becoming an increasingly insidious issue across many sectors, including the NHS. I once remarked to a colleague yesterday, I understand many would come to my help in A&E if I were to be called a dirty Jew by a patient. However, if I were to be termed a dirty Zionist, I believe no one would stand up for me. It is deeply concerning to think that Jewish professionals like myself and patients alike feel unsafe and unseen in a space that should be defined by its inclusivity. So I stand here today committed to tackling this issue, not just for the sake of Jewish principles, but for the principles of all in British society and dignity that underpin the NHS itself. Anti-Zionism, when crossed in with anti-Semitism, undermines the very fabric of a society that values diversity and respect. So as a proud Jew and a proud doctor, I will work to ensure that our voices are heard and our values are understood. So this is the link between the generations. With the work of JLGB and the Board of Deputies has taught me that we are not only the inheritors of our community's legacy, but the custodians of its future. I look forward to working with the board for the promotion of the NHS and JLGB for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Rob and to Debbie and to Stuart and to Josie. And I also want to pay tribute to our staff who have done so much to bring organizations that are not synagogal bodies, representing Jews who don't necessarily manifest the fact that they're Jewish through synagogue membership, and making sure that the board is as representative as we need to be by reaching out to organizations such as those that we've heard from today. So huge thanks to the board and the deputies that have done so much to make that happen. And to all of the 4 from whom we've spoken, it really is great to have you with us. You are most welcome here. Flora, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Flora Frank, British Emuna. Fantastic. Each one of the speakers really very, very humbling and very inspiring. I would like to ask Rob Share, if I may, a question, because I'm very au fait with the work of World Jewish Relief. One of my sons was a trustee until very recently and still very active. What concerns me is that when I speak to my friends and community about World Jewish Relief, not all of them, but many of them, I shouldn't say many, I'm exaggerating, but a few will give the answer. Either they don't know, they're ignorant, or secondly, which troubles me, greatly troubles me, is that they say, why are we helping the wider community when we should be helping our own people first? There's so much going on, anti-Semitism, whatever else, we all know. Now, I understand that obviously, I know that this is alien to Judaism. The Rambam himself says that, you know, Darchei Shalom, for ways of peace, we've got to help everybody. And it's a Jewish thought that we have to help everybody. So this is what troubles me a lot. And I often ask, because I go to dinners and so on and so forth, what are you doing to educate we, the wider Jewish community?
I do need to stop you. I think we've got the gist of your question, and I think it's an important question. So I'm disposed to give Rob the opportunity to answer it if you'd like to come and take the mic. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I'm feeling quite lucky, to be honest, because this was actually my last point before I got cut off. So somehow it was actually just perfect timing somehow. I'm thinking I can actually answer. But yeah, I think this is kind of the final key area of focus in the short term for us, truthfully, is sort of recognizing that the role for World Jewish Relief is encouraging a better understanding of Jewishness and Jewish values within wider British society. And I think and I'm involved in a few other Jewish charities where a lot of the time we can be quite inward focused and actually just thinking about the Jewish community ourselves. What is quite exceptional about World Jewish Relief as a charity is not that it just looks at the Jewish community worldwide, but also looks at what can we do for other communities. And I think the best example is obviously in its foundations, the fact that it was to help Jewish refugees fleeing Nazi persecution. And what we're trying to do now is saying, you know, it might not be us fleeing persecution, but who else can we help? And the question then was, who was there at the time to actually help us? And now hopefully we can be that source of light to other communities. And I think the crux of it is just that, is when we are experiencing these sort of strange times now where
I can't give you double what everybody else had.
but
It would not be the right thing to do.
showing our deeply rooted Britishness within and our Jewishness, and that nuance is so important.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rob. Sheila, you would like to have the floor. The floor's yours. Am I forcing people to make hazardous journeys?
Yeah, health and safety.
Right.
Thank you, Karen, everybody. Sheila Gewald, Deputy for Cardiff United Synagogue, Chair of the Regional Assembly and Co-Chair of the Education Working Group. I know me. I'd like to bring Deputy's attention, please, that the last two items feed perfectly into what I'd like to tell you, is that when I chaired the division in 2017, we commissioned a gentleman called Clive Lawton to write the Jewish General GCSE Religious Resource for Jewish education to the non-Jewish world. So we've got 10 copies here today. We were so successful in selling this, we actually made a profit that contributed to the board's funds. But then we had a reprint and it didn't do so well. So we have lots of these. They're really heavy. Thank you, Sarah, for bringing in today 10 copies. I've got them. If anybody would like them, please. We're going to let Sacre reps have them as well. So anyway, Jewish education, non-Jewish world, the perfect lead into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. It is a great resource. Is there anybody else in the room or online who would like the floor? If not, I'm disposed to give you all. Yes, Ruth, is that? Mind the wires.
Quick question for Ben. About 3 plenaries ago, I asked you how we were going to collect subs from organisations that are not schools, because obviously there isn't a box to tick when you renew your membership every year. Has there been any progress on that?
You have to switch it on.
Neither is my. Thank you. Yeah, thanks very much, deputies, and it's a good opportunity to remind deputies about this orders. We have an additional minute or two in the schedule. The primary route whereby the board is looking to go out and raise money from people who do not pay the common contribution, and indeed people who do and want to fund our work above the level of common contribution, is via the crowd fund next month. As I think deputies know, we've talked about it before, it's my report, but I'll just talk for a minute about that. We're looking to raise £100,000 from the community with matched funding from major donors to fund our work through this year and beyond. Our existing work, which deputies have seen as voluminous and extensive, and of course, in particular, the 3 additional major projects we're looking at this year: the Commission on Anti-Semitism, which we'll hear about a little bit later, the Optimistic Alliance, and to really get going on British Jewish Culture Month, now announced and in the pipeline for 2026. Many deputies will already have been reached out to by one of the HOs or one of the professional team, potentially be a team lead for this. We are continuing to make calls there. Anyone who is interested, not yet been asked, is very much encouraged to proactively email Michael Uyghur, say I'm interested. We will talk you through the whole thing. We have a professional firm who will walk everyone through everything they need to do. We'll generate collateral, we'll do scripts, we'll do a timeline, we'll do training, all these things. All we need for people to do is to stand up and be prepared to reach out to their friends, their associates, their colleagues, people who have asked them for money before, and say, I was very pleased about your projects and causes. Please support the board and the important work that we do. That is the major mechanism whereby we're looking to raise money from the community at the moment, and we're doing that in partnership with our organisations and deputies. I'm here if anyone wants to ask more questions. Otherwise, we will continue to reach out, and we're looking for a successful campaign next month. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. If there are no more questions from the floor, I am disposed to give you a comfort break and to bring that forward, because our speakers from Holocaust Memorial Day are not yet with us. So if I can ask you to be... Sorry. We've got another question. Yep. Sure, absolutely. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Josephina Price for JLGB. This question is for Rob and to the wider board, if possible, to answer. This may be a difficult topic to currently breach with what we're discussing and occurring right now, hopefully for the safe return of the hostages. Is it possible that you have any ideas on future policies or talks with donors for Jewish World Relief of rebuilding the communities that are currently displaced due to the conflict? Obviously, as Jewish people, we have a great sense of dependency and understanding of people in these communities who are sadly not near their homes or represented by their governments.
Right. Okay. Is it possible for you to just discuss it with Rob in the break? Is that all right? Is that reasonable? And we've got somebody online I'd like to take. I'd like to take Anne Crook, if that's possible. Anne, can you ask your question?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, excellent. Okay. Yeah, Anne Crook, Menorah. After the last plenary meeting, myself and at least one other deputy that I'm aware of were reported to our respective shul chairs for voting in a way that another deputy, whose identity we do not yet know, disapproved of. This person took it upon themselves to not only report us, but demand of our chairs that we explain the reasons for voting how we did to them. The intention was clearly to make trouble for us. I did not join the board to be spied on by other deputies. This is nothing but bullying and intimidation and should not be acceptable within a Jewish democratic organisation. Therefore, my question is twofold. What will the consequences be for the deputy in question should we discover their identity? And will you agree to go back to anonymous voting from now on so that such a reprehensible situation cannot be repeated in the future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that question did come to the president and was responded to in the president's report. Yeah.
And I'm very sorry to hear about that. And I think that we have to create an environment where people are allowed a diversity of views and can express those without fear of repercussions. Of course, I think there is a balance to strike sometimes with the importance that our constituents know what we're doing, that we are open and accountable, but I don't want to create an environment where people feel intimidated from expressing legitimate views within the context of the board. So I'm sorry about that experience. If you haven't already, we will flag that with Michael Eager, the Chief Executive. Just keep an eye on it. I want this to be a cohesive, considerate group. Of course, diversity of views are welcome, and we want to make sure that continues. But thanks for raising that, Anne. I'm sorry about that experience. So likewise, Paul, we want to create a collegiate and cohesive environment, and that shouldn't be the way that we operate. People are entitled to a diversity of views, and we want to encourage that rather than to suppress that.
Right, now I have a question for all of you. I can see this discussion could go on, and I can see my good friend Robert wants the floor. How many people would like a comfort break? All right, I'll take you, Robert, come on. I'll give you the floor, Robert.
Stone, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm within the finance and organisation to finance. How do you turn it on? It is on, but it's not working. Okay. It doesn't work. Can you hear me now? The wonders of technology. I'm Robert Stone. Within the Finance Fundraising Organisation Division, I'm part of a subgroup of a subgroup, Deputies Engagement. Is that too loud? And we are a small subgroup working precisely on the kind of issue that Anne has raised. If you are being subject to any kind of pressure like this, please contact me or Emma Brandt or Lisa Levin. We are the three members of that subgroup, and let us know. Anne, I will try and write to you. We really want to know what kinds of pressures you're under as part of that work. Thank you.
Robert, I understand that Olivia is 5 minutes away, so that means that I can take the Holocaust Memorial event, and I have just snatched away your comfort break, which will then be restored at the time that you see it on the agenda. There is one more question. Yes, it was in my mind, but I couldn't see it. Please, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Jack Saderman, newly elected deputy for JCOR. Bill was mentioning, thank you. Bill mentioned in this discussion about the diversity of views, and I just wanted to refer to a speech that was made before by someone who mentioned about self-hating Jews and also self-hating Jews and people that maybe are causing the most harm to Jews in the world, as if the anti-Semites themselves are the ones that are causing that harm. And we also mentioned the fact that deputies shouldn't be criticizing the Israeli government at a time when there's this much anti-Semitism, and I don't see why those things are mutually exclusive. Yeah, I don't see why there's this correlation between criticizing the Israeli government and standing up for anti-Semitism. And I also am aware that several Jews who are non-Zionist, anti-Zionist, or just heavily critical, Jews that are heavily critical of the state of Israel, whether they want to define themselves as Zionist or not, they are proudly Jewish and strongly feel Jewish values resonate greatly with them. And it's because of that Jewish identity that they feel so passionate and emboldened to stand up for what they see as acceptable. And it's absolutely okay to have different views on Israel. I want this to be a space where all people can. So I guess my question was to Phil as well. How can we make sure that people who have different views on Israel, including people who may define themselves as non-Zionist Jews, can feel welcome to express themselves and collectively all with a shared value of standing up for anti-Semitism in the world and towards Israelis and all forms of racism in general?
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to. Okay, so I'm going to ask Phil to hold that question. There's one question over there, and then I'm going to close this session and give the floor to back to Phil. So in that case, thank you very much, Deputy. The floor is yours, Phil.
Thank you, Jack, and thank you, Harry. How do we do it? We do it just like that. We have a diversity of opinion, we air it constructively, positively, and I think we deputies are generally showing the model of the way to proceed. So I thank you all for that.
Great, thank you all very much. I understand that our 2:00 speaker is about 2 minutes away, is that right? So I'm very reluctant to let you go because I know it'll take me 10 or 15 minutes to get you back, and I don't have that kind of time today, which is regrettable. So I don't know whether one of our honorary officers would like to give a bit more color to their report, because you've all been so incredibly busy. Okay, I've got an offer here from Ben Crown. No, sorry, I just turned it off.
Just because, yeah, there we go. Just because we've got a couple of minutes, and it was in my report, but it wasn't in Jeremy or Andrew's reports, and really ultimately it will be part of their portfolio going forward, which is just to bring to everyone's attention that the board on Thursday put in a bid for the Department of Education tender for Educate Against Hate. This is in total a £5 million 3-year grant, a programme to do a range of things around education against anti-Semitism in academic contexts. We've bid for lot 3, which is education, teacher training in schools and resources and so forth around that. There's lot 2, which is university and college focused. And there's an overarching piece as well. We're in contact with various people who've been bidding for the other bids. This is something which a lot of organizations in the community and in the space have been doing on a voluntary or charitable basis for many years. In the previous government announced, and the current government have renewed it. For the first time, the DfE have said, this is a priority for us. We're going to make it happen. We're going to work to facilitate it, and we're going to pick up the tab for an ambitious and hopefully long-term project. It's a government procurement project. We don't know who else. Do you want to get that? We don't know who else has put in for it. We hope to hear at the end of February. But yes, if everyone could include us in their prayers, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you very much. I'll take a question or two if there's anything, but I think we've covered everything. Mr. Sassoon.
Can you repeat the question?
The question is why we didn't apply for the other lots as well. So we're working in partnership with people who've put in for the other lots. I'm not sure I can say publicly who's bid for them, but I think people can make a reasonable guess who might have put in a bid for anti-Semitism education training on university campuses from within the community. We're going to work. I think the important thing is we're not ourselves going to be delivering the work. We'll work with an umbrella group of partner organizations in the anti-Semitism space, in the education space, in the Holocaust memorial space, because of course there's great organizations doing amazing work, going out to schools at the moment, teaching about the Holocaust and memory and identity, and to piggyback and take advantage of those networks to do the wider piece would be great. So we felt very strongly there should be a bid from the community. There's a cross-communal bid. It's not a bod-only project. We hope to be working with lots of partners on it, and then to partner with people who are doing the other lots as well. Judith. Why don't we regroup afterwards? Because I think we'll have some time later in the schedule.
Yeah. Great. So Our speakers are here. I'd like to give them 1 or 2 minutes. So I will take your question. I will take your question.
It wasn't a question. It was just something. All right. I wanted to.
Yeah.
Thank you. A big welcome for the new deputies. It's your first time. A big particular welcome for people who've not been able to come to New Person. In terms of the atmosphere, we're a very friendly lot. So if you see a face in the comfort break that you don't know, please go and say hello. And also, Marilyn set up the deputy engagement group with a few other people, Johnny and a few others. We are going forward. So there's great things about the board, but we are moving forward and we want to hear what you've got to say. So I just wanted to add that. Also, just a reminder, if you can register beforehand, and if you haven't got one of these badges, please send a picture to Sarah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can the mic work its way back to the front desk, please? Thank you. Everybody, you've been very patient with me. This meeting is taking shape as we go, but it gives me great pleasure that both of our speakers have arrived. Are you good to go, you guys, or do you need 5 minutes? They're good to go. In that case, can I give a very, very warm Board of Deputies welcome to CEO Olivia Marks-Waldman and to Joan Salter from the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust. You are most welcome here. You can take a seat or speak standing as you wish. Dan, not upon the order of your speaking, but please go ahead.
It wouldn't be Jewish speakers if there wasn't some level of discussion and argument, would it? Deputies, thank you so very much for inviting us here today, particularly to your president and honorary officers, but to all the deputies. It's a pleasure to be back with you. My name's Olivia Marks-Waldman. I'm the Chief Executive of the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust. The Board of Deputies and the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust have enjoyed a very warm and close relationship ever since we were begun. The Board of Deputies nominates 3 of our trustees. So it's a relationship at a governance level, as well as a very close working relationship day to day on the ground. I'm sure many of you are aware of the work of the trust, and I'm sure some of you may also be aware of the challenging circumstances we've been dealing with. The impact of the Hamas attacks and the war in Gaza has had a very significant impact on our work, with many people disengaging from Holocaust Memorial Day. We've been doing our best to mitigate that and to support local organisers so that they can mark Holocaust Memorial Day with integrity. Some people, however, are very actively disengaging, and some of you may have seen recently that some discredited organisations have actively called for a boycott of Holocaust Memorial Day. Against this backdrop, I'm delighted to say that the commemorations now and culminating next week are going to be, I was about to say, amazing. They're going to be fitting, they're going to honour the memory, and the country will know that it is Holocaust Memorial Day and they will engage. And we really hope that we will have the support of every deputy. I'm delighted to say the BBC will be broadcasting the national ceremony that the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust is developing. So 7 o'clock on the 27th of January on BBC One, please watch. We've been doing a national project, 80 Candles for 80 years, so that community groups across the country can learn the experiences of people affected by the Holocaust, both people who were murdered in the Holocaust, but also people who survived, and then make their own creative responses to that by creating a candle holder. We were deeply honoured to be able to showcase this project to our patron, His Majesty the King, last week. And these candle holders will be on display at the ceremony, and actually through this very significant 80th anniversary year, through the year of 2025. Holocaust Memorial Day will culminate with a national moment of reflection at 8 o'clock on the 27th of January. And I invite you all to support this. You'll have seen that my colleague is selling candles outside. I'm sure many of you have your own candles already. Don't buy them for yourselves, buy them for your neighbours. This is a project for everybody, regardless of background. Place a candle in their windows at 8 o'clock on Holocaust Memorial Day, a memorial flame for the 6 million Jews who were murdered in the Holocaust, and in memory of millions more people murdered in very specific genocides that we commemorate. It is also a light of solidarity with people today who still face prejudice. As we all know in this room, rates of anti-Semitism have risen enormously. It's part of our role to make sure that everybody around the country who's marking Holocaust Memorial Day knows that too. Everything we do for Holocaust Memorial Day has the Holocaust at the centre. We encourage people to learn more about it, to develop their empathy towards people, and to take action. That attempt to make sure that people know more means that everything we do for Holocaust Memorial Day provides people with the resources and information to learn more about the Holocaust and how it impacted on individual people. And that's why we privilege the experiences of people who suffered the Holocaust. We managed to make resources that are about people who were murdered, giving them a voice where we can and sharing their experiences. And of course, where we were able to, we share the experiences of survivors. We're very, very privileged in the Jewish community to be able to hear from survivors. And I'm absolutely delighted and honoured that Joan Salter is joining us today. She's one of our trustees, and as a child Holocaust survivor, works tirelessly over Holocaust Memorial Day. And thank you for coming to Judd Street today, Joan. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Oh dear, I'm a bit croaky. I'm not contagious, just croaky. Right, now my story is probably a bit different to what you're expecting. My parents were Polish Jews who, after the First World War, moved into Western Europe. And my mother was from Warsaw and my father was from Tarnów, which was very close to Krakow and was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. My mother was a widow with a young child. Her first husband died of tuberculosis, and they met in Paris around 1936-37, and they actually went back to Tarnów to be married in 1938. And a few months later, Poland was invaded. And as I keep on reminding school kids when I speak to them, we didn't have Wi-Fi in those days, but there were letters going. And so my parents were aware that ghettos had been set up, and Tarnów was the town where the first group of prisoners, not necessarily Jews, a lot of them were political prisoners, were sent to Auschwitz. And my father had been a bit of the black sheep of the family. He followed his own path, and he thought Belgium would stay neutral. And he had a distant cousin there. So my mother and father and my half-sister went up to Belgium in 1939 after the invasion of Poland. And I was born February 1940. Those of you who haven't got your calculators, makes me 84. Okay. Now, right. Then the Nazis did invade westward on May the 10th, and Belgium, the Netherlands were invaded first of all. And France was invaded, but it fought for a few weeks until the armistice in June. So the native Jews in those countries were very settled and very similar to the Anglo-Jewish establishment in Britain. And initially, it was agreed with the authorities that it would be the foreign Jews targeted, and mainly these were Polish Jews. So my father was amongst the first to be rounded up. And don't forget, there was a war going on, and a lot of people from Belgium, not just Jews, were flooding down into France. And my father was taken, and I don't know how long this was. I think it was sort of the autumn of 1940. He was taken into France and put in prison with other Polish Jews. And he was amongst the first to be put on a train. And they were told they were going to a labor camp. You know, it was all nice and cozy. Oh, you're just going to be sent away to do labor. And of course, what they did is the men only were being rounded up, and the men of working age. It was to keep calm, you know, don't worry, it's all going to be lovely. Anyway, my father being my father, he wasn't a follower anyway. And they were regarded by only 2 German soldiers, young men, doing what young men do on a train, mainly playing cards, having a beer. And my father whispered to his little group. My father had become like a traveling salesman, and he used trains, and he knew they were coming to a junction. Anyway, my father tried to get others to jump from the train. And when he first told me, we all had the images of the close cars. But since then, I've done research, and the first trains from France were ordinary passenger trains. Anyway, my father jumped from the train. He made his way back to Paris, and he went in hiding in the 11th arrondissement with a cousin of his. Now, we remained in Brussels during this time because it was still beyond comprehension that women and children would be sent. And we were in the care of my father's cousins who had Belgian nationality. Anyway, come 1941, my mother was given permission by the Belgian police. These countries, although they were occupied, the Gestapo didn't have that many agents, men, whatever you want to call them. And it was actually the local police that were doing the civic things. Anyway, my father had got into Paris, and my mother would go and register, and she was given permission. She said her husband had been taken, in spite of the attitude that everyone was, their names and everything were kept. On the whole, the Polish Jews were just sent without records. Anyway, my mother told the Belgian police that her husband had been taken, but she had sisters living in Paris. So she traveled down to Paris with my sister and myself. And for a while, we were living with her sisters. My mother was the second youngest of 8 siblings. And of course, by this age, she would have been late 30s, but her older sisters were already in their 50s. And 4 girls, 4 women had married French Jews. And so the attitude they would be all right. But of course, now my mother was married to a Polish Jew. Anyway, the story is complicated, and I think I've got another few minutes, but I have brought some copies. Oh, thank you. Of We Remember, which is an anthology of 35 child survivors. And I've brought some copies which will be available. There's no charge, but if you would like to make a donation to MDT, your name will go down in the book. Okay. Eventually, my father was nearly rounded up, escaped into the so-called unoccupied. And in July 1942, my mother turned up at the French police, Vichy police. the Vichy government was not only a collaborated, it actually was proactive, and it wanted to keep all the property of the Jews. So they were quite happy to send the women and children. A policeman warned my mother that we were due to be taken, and we were smuggled out by people involved with the resistance into the Southern Spectre. Now, this roundup, July 1942, was the first roundup to include elderly men, women, and children, and about 8,000 were taken on that hot weekend, and the 4,000 were children, right from newborn babies to 15, and they were all taken to the Val d'Hiv, the winter velodrome, while it was discussed between the Gestapo and the Vichy whether to deport the women and children. And ironically, perhaps, the Eichmann in Berlin was reluctant because he knew there would be a backlash, but the Vichy police wanted to go. So the children were separated from their parents, mothers, and sent to a camp called Drancy. And the Red Cross and agencies, the Quakers, were allowed. So it's been written about, and the conditions were horrific. If the policeman had not warned us, there is no way I would have survived. Anyway, eventually, my father, who was in a camp under the Vichy, escaped, climbed over into Spain, and although you'll be told Franco was a fascist, he allowed us in. And the Quaker said to my father, if you can get to the British embassy, you might be able to join the Polish Free Forces. Anyway, my mother...
1 minute warning, I will have to
Okay,
with you.
my mother finally did escape into Spain. And at that stage, the Vichy government got cold for safe passage to the children. And Britain actually refused to accept us, but America sent a rescue mission. And my mother gave us up. I went to America. My name was changed. My culture was changed. My background was forgotten. And that it's a very complicated story. As I said, my chapter is in this book. Thank you very much.
I am so sorry to do that to you, Joan, but what an inspiration and what an opportunity to listen to you. It's particularly poignant for those of us who knew Holocaust survivors who have died. Now in my community, we lost Bob Kirk recently, who was a kinder transport survivor. It is becoming more difficult every year, and that's why the work that the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust does is so very, very important as we begin to lose more and more of these magnificent people. I will take 1 or 2 questions if they're short, because we're so lucky to have Olivia and Joan with us. If there's anybody who has any quick questions, I see one at the back. Can we get a mic to him quickly, please? Yep.
Thank you very much. My name is Josh Aronson, the representative for Zionist Federation UK. My question is, I myself am autistic. If I would have lived in the Holocaust, I would have been killed for 2 reasons. There was the program Action T4, which many do not know about, where over 300,000 people with disabilities were killed. What is Holocaust Memorial Day Trust doing to remember those with disabilities that were killed, not only Jewish people, but people from all sections that were different were killed?
That's not. Is it?
Oh, this one's on. Thank you. I was just saying I was really pleased you raised that question because we do a lot of work to try and raise awareness of the T4 programme. And quite often we find that not everybody's interested in it. So it's really good for me to hear that. On a personal note, it's something I feel passionately about. Before moving into this role, I used to work with disability organisations. We have a number of resources based on the life stories of individuals who were persecuted, some of whom were murdered in the T4 programme. Anna Lenkering is one of them. She was hard of hearing. Hélène Marie Lebel is another. So we do work very hard to raise awareness of that programme. I mentioned before our 80 Candles for 80 Years project. We're encouraging everybody to create this candle holder based on the experiences of people who were persecuted by the Nazis. So obviously Jewish people who were persecuted in the Holocaust, but also people who were persecuted because of their membership of some other community. And we've had some wonderful entries. Sheffield Voices, which is a disability organisation in Sheffield, has created a candle holder commemorating the T4 programme and the people who were murdered in it. So please join us and share the links to some of these resources on your own social media pages. It's a really important issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that important question and for your response. There's a gentleman there and then the father of the board, Jerry Lewis.
Hello? Okay. How sure can we be of the BBC giving National Holocaust Memorial Day fair treatment?
We've been working very hard with the BBC to try and ensure they have a range of programming that really maintains the integrity of Holocaust Memorial Day. The ceremony that they will be broadcasting at 7 o'clock on BBC One, that specific programme that I mentioned, the responsibility for creating the ceremony rests with the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, and we have editorial control of that ceremony. So the partnership with the BBC has enabled us to draw on their archives and on a range of their kind of programming abilities, but the content and editorial policy rests with us. We have been encouraging them to do a wide range of programming. You might have seen they did an announcement a day or two ago about a number of different documentaries, films, radio programmes. Later on Holocaust Memorial Day, after the ceremony broadcast, there'll be a programme about the last musicians of Auschwitz, including Anita Lasker-Wallfish. So there is a lot of very good programming going on, but I accept there's a different issue at play. But certainly what they're doing for Holocaust Memorial Day, where we're able to, we're working with them very effectively.
Thank you for that question, Paul. Jerry, I think you will have to be the last question because I do want to keep my promise to you about comfort breaks. So Jerry, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jerry Lewis, Hampstead Synagogue. Olivia, you have been a tremendous asset for our community over many years. And for deputies who don't know, she first joined the board as a representative of AJ6, Association of Jewish Sixth Formers. But your work for the community has been phenomenal, especially amongst the non-Jewish world. And we need to congratulate you for all the hard work you put in. I have a very quick question. Very quick question. We have read some organisations in the wider community are calling for a boycott of HMD. What's your message to them? What action have you taken to go to government to get them to say that those organisations kick the habit, join HMD to work for everybody? What's being done?
Thank you for the tribute, Jerry. You're right, there's been a lot of challenge that we've been facing. And to be honest, a lot of the challenge has come from a number of different sides, with different people questioning and attempting to undermine the integrity of HMD and what we're doing. Specifically, the challenges that you're talking about to ask people to boycott HMD. We have ignored the organisation that was calling for the boycott. They're a very sort of fringe, blatantly anti-Semitic organisation. The bigger problem is that their call for a boycott is falling on ears that are kind of willing to hear it from a much greater range of people. We've created specific guidance that advises people and helps them mark Holocaust Memorial Day with integrity. And my outreach team is supporting people on the ground to develop honest and fitting Holocaust Memorial Day activities. The government has been very supportive. I'm aware that as a general thing, not specifically about this, but the Secretary of State for MHCLG has written in the local authority newsletter encouraging all local authorities to mark HMD. Number of things going on that will really try and make sure people are able to mark Holocaust Memorial Day in a very fitting way and in a way that really acknowledges the significance of the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, which falls on the 27th of January. And I must say, within all of that work behind the scenes, the Board of Deputies, particularly your President, have been hugely helpful. We're very grateful for that support from the Board of Deputies, and I'm sure I can rely on all of you individual deputies to support what's happening in your local constituencies as well and in your local communities. I'm seeing loads of nods. It's great. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking questions. Thank you for being here. Deputies, I'm going to give you one thing. Okay, so one thing, Phil, because it's a comfort break.
I will. I just wanted to say a huge thank you again to the team from HMDT and just how poignant it was, Joan, for you to be talking about the Red Cross taking you out as we saw the Red Cross on their way to regain the hostages there. The Jewish story kind of continues, but thank you very much again for everything you're doing and for speaking to us today.
Jeremy, if it's quick, if it's really quick.
It's basically, while the comfort break is taking place, those who wish to come in, come to the front. We've got a number of people who are encouraged that we can get millions of in. That would be really great. Thank you.
Okay, so everybody, I'm going to give you 10 minutes. I need you back here by 2:25. And please remember that the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust is selling candles outside. Thank you all very much. Yes.
Testing 1, 2, check. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2.
I'm gonna mute my audio now. Right.
Number one. 1, 2. Just 1, 2. Let's go. Just go now. Can we shut it down? At the game. So it's out of the road. 1, 2. Testing to get out the red. 1, 2. Testing to get out the red. 1, 2. Down now. It's on down the back a bit more. Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2. There we go. Yeah, cool. So we'll be proceeding without the bottom now. Sounds very compressed. Sounds very compressed. I know that's almost not simple. 1, 2. Justin, well, that's me. Yeah. Just compressed. It was too compressed. I thought we need to get back to the original setup for the sounds of humor. Yeah, it's my suggestion.
Right. Right, and apparently they're cold air jets, so it's not going to announce it. Thank you all for. Guys, can you give me a mic? Give me a mic. Thank you all very much. If you could all sit down. They've dealt with the echo, I think. Good. Excellent. Welcome back. Thank you for coming back so promptly. We're juggling a number of variables, including the arrivals of key speakers, my wish to keep to time, and my desire to let you go early if I possibly can. But obviously, I can't do that if speakers aren't here. But all of these three things are in my mind. Please rest assured. Of the people online that we need to have online. Gloria. Do we have online Penny Mordaunt, and do we have online Lord Mann? We do. How splendid is that? Good. In that case, we are enormously privileged to have Penny Mordaunt and Lord Mann online with us for this meeting to tell us about the work they plan on the Commission on Anti-Semitism, which they have agreed to chair. We are going to ask all speakers in the room, and we will monitor the online speaking requests as best we can, to come to the front and speak from the designated mic and not from your seat, even if you see a mic at your seat. But I am going to ask you all to come this way round. There's wires on the floor, which we need for technical purposes, but I don't want any of you to take the risks that that Sheila took on our behalf. So could all of you who want the mic, please go round that side and take the mic that you, Vic, I think are going to help to monitor for us. So, I'm going to ask Andrew to officially welcome Lord Mann and Penny, having given my huge welcome to them on behalf of the Board of Deputies. Andrew, the floor is yours. Whoops, my mistake. Oh. No.
Yes, yes. Okay, very buffering. Is this better? Yeah, that's better. We'll switch back to that. Friends, deputies, I said to you a few months ago that one of the things we would do together is launch a commission on anti-Semitism to deal with the problem in a strategic way. We will look at a few different things, of course, through that. I said we'll do a comprehensive review of hate crime legislation, policing and prosecution. We'll look at a sector by sector review of civil society. We'll look to counter extremism, whether from the far right, the far left, or Islamist sources. And we'll look at how we can roll out interfaith education and training And I'm absolutely delighted that responding to that, Lord John Mann, no stranger to our community, the independent advisor on anti-Semitism to the government, and Penny Mordaunt, former Defence Secretary and the sword-wielding heroine of the coronation, have agreed together to co-chair this commission and help us to lead from the front to work out what the government, what civil society, what we need to do to tackle this vile virus of anti-Semitism and work together for the good of the nation. I'm delighted that they're with us today to take evidence from you. We're going to ask all of you to give your one recommendation that they're going to capture as part of the evidence that they'll consider in their commission. And we'll utilize this platform to make sure that deputies are having their say in that. There'll also be an online form as well for those who can't say everything they want to say or who want to give additional views as well. So with that, back to the chair and to our amazing co-chairs of this commission.
Thank you very much, Phil. And Penny and John, please allow me to add my warm welcome to you to Phil's. Penny, can I give you the floor first, just to say a couple of words on how you see the work of this commission going forward? Penny, the floor's yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to be part of your proceedings today. It is incredibly helpful to us to hear directly from you. We have just started this week. We've had our first evidence sessions, in-person evidence sessions, and also a wider call for evidence has gone out. So we're really asking for support in drawing attention to that. After today, please do direct people and organisations you think will have an interest to that call for evidence. I'm delighted to be working with John. And I've had, I don't have all his experience, but I have had some experience, particularly as leader of the House of Commons in trying to create some more tools to combat this scourge. It is already very clear to me that there are some very practical things that we can do. And I think that both John and I are very focused on what is going to make a practical, tangible difference. We don't want to write a long report and have it in a drawer somewhere or gathering dust on a shelf. We're looking at some very practical things that we can get done. And we have set off on this commission with assurances that it will be received and listened to at the highest level in government and also with cross-party political support as well. So that is our focus. It's very practical, it's very pragmatic, and I feel very honoured to be part of it, and I think it's a very important piece of work. And I'll hand over to John, who he's the subject matter expert on this, but I think both of us are really up for making sure that our recommendations land really well and are effective. Thank you.
If I can come in after to Penny, I hope you can hear me. Penny can, I can see that, so I shall carry on. Good afternoon to everybody, and the day's beginning, I think, better than most from recent the last 18 months. Let's see how that maps out. But one sees a glimmer of optimism suddenly for that hasn't been there much for the community. I would simply add and reinforce, look, Penny and I are not sectarian in the sense that, you know, we're not trying to pick holes for the sake of picking holes in anybody or anything. And we can see the bigger picture, and we may want to comment on the bigger picture, but we also want to make a difference. You know, we're busy people. We don't just want to repeat what everyone else has said and have 5 minutes of attention and then everything moves on. So I think, and this session will be very interesting and potentially very useful. We're interested in practical things that can make a difference. Now, that could be something that's big, but it also could be something that's micro, something that isn't been done or something that needs fixing, that simply by doing that, would make a difference. So we're up for your best ideas. I mean, the bigger, solve all the problems of the world in one report, or all the problems of anti-Semitism in this country in one report. Well, that ain't going to happen. But what specifically, precisely could make a difference? And I can give you our promise, we'll see this through, including holding everyone to account, without exception. If they prevaricate, if we've come up with something very practical. Final thing I'll say, often my experience is, especially when we talk about government, that we're talking about England. The Secretary of State for Education in Her Majesty's government covers England. Secretary of State for Health covers England. That's very important. But we also are covering in this Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. So please don't be shy in specifics there, because it's often quite a good idea. We go to Scotland and say the English are doing better than you, or we go to the government in Westminster and say Scotland or Wales is doing better than you, or Northern Ireland. That can often help just push things forward. So we're interested in any good practice, but we're also interested in the regions and nations on what else is needed there. So that is part of our remit.
Thank you so much, Lord Mann, and thank you too to Penny. Before I take questions from the floor, Daniel has just shared with me that the Red Cross have said that 3 hostages have been handed over to them in a stable condition. So I would remind you that Lord Mann has said what he wants us to focus on is practical things that will make a difference. And I'm going to be strict with time because I'm sure there are lots of people who would like the floor. The way to waste least time is if you come up in no particular order and stand behind Vic, who's got the mic, and I will blend you in with speakers online who also wish to speak. And please come round this way so that we don't tread on the mics. I am going to be very strict with time so as to allow for as many speakers as possible to speak. Yeah, the timer, please, so that they can see it as well as me. God, you never know what you're going to have to announce from the chair, but what wonderful, wonderful news. The floor's yours. Name and constituency, please.
Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon, Lord Mann. Good afternoon, Penny. Debbie Addlestone from Leeds Against Anti-Semitism. We've been having our problems in Leeds, as you know, and I did ask the council, I gave them a challenge and I said to them, what can you do to help the Leeds Jewish community that feel very beleaguered by the hate in the city at the moment? And they've come back to me with an idea. What they want me to do is help them organise a week in Leeds that concentrates on anti-Semitism. So it's instead of like a Holocaust Memorial Day, this is an anti-Semitism week. Is that something that you've considered? Is that something that you could assist me with ideas? Because I've got a meeting with them next Monday to discuss this, to take it further.
Thank you for your question. Penny and Lord Mann, I'm disposed to take questions in batches of 3 or 4 before handing the floor back to you, if that's all right with you. So I'm going to take the next speaker from the floor. I'll take you, Rob, and then I will take Richard online.
Hi, so Rob from World Jewish Relief. Hopefully the last time you've heard from me today. I'm probably boring you all. Quick question. I think from the standpoint of a lot of friends of mine, and myself included, The anti-Semitism we've experienced recently is slightly different to that of sort of stuff we've experienced in the past, in the form that, as an example I can give you, so I work in the city in finance. We pride ourselves as British Jews on being quite worldly, reading the news. If you get in on a Monday after the weekend and you've seen something going on in a different region, it's something you'll often discuss with your colleagues. And I think post October 7th, one of the worst situations we found ourselves in is you turned up to the office and no one would mention anything. And I think the question to you to build into that report is something where people feel as though Israel is off the cards and we as Jews don't matter in some way, and it's not, and it's almost potentially deserved or merited or
Hurry you, Rob.
yeah. And I think it's something to explore.
Thank you. I'll take Ruth and then Flora and then Mark online. Oh, sorry. I was going to take Richard before Ruth. So Richard and then Ruth. Richard online, the floor's yours.
Oh, hang on.
Great.
Hi. Penny, you've been to my shul in Portsmouth more than once, and John, I met you at the launch of Whitewash, the JW3, and I regard you both as friends and welcome and delighted that two such wonderful people are doing this great work. Now, in your recommendations after the study, I would caution against reliance on non-crime hate incidents. These are a two-edged sword that will be turned against the Jewish community in a way 10 times worse than any way they might be used against for us. And further, they smack of an honour and shame culture which should have been replaced centuries ago by our modern Enlightenment culture of guilt and shame, guilt and judgment. May I suggest that rather you should urge the police to enforce the robust laws we already have, rather than shying away from doing so in a misplaced desire for social cohesion. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I would ask you, we're asking for practical suggestions that will make a difference. That's what we're asking for, rather than you putting on the stand Penny Mordaunt and Lord Mann. Do either of you want to respond to some of the issues that have been raised first? Penny and then John?
Well, I would just say that, I mean, we've just at the start of this, but already I think shining a spotlight on what good practice looks like, as well as highlighting poor practice, it can be hugely powerful. So with regard to the first speaker, I think initiatives as you're suggesting, we will hopefully gather where things have been done well and ensure people aren't having to sort of reinvent the wheel. And I would also add that we are very conscious about, with regard to the last point, of the context, the debate around freedom of speech, all of these issues that are going on alongside. And so John and I are both very cognizant of that. And we're very keen to hear from all of you this afternoon. So it might be, I don't know, John, nod if you agree with me, but it might be that if we can keep a note of the things we want to comment on, we could come back at the end, because I'm very conscious we're just at the start and finding our way on this, but we really want to hear your ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good idea. And I was already coming to that conclusion myself, because the line is snaking around here, I'm pleased to say. But John, would you like to say anything at this point?
I'll wait.
Wise Lord Mann. Right. Okay. So I've got Ruth and then Flora and then Mark.
Good afternoon. Ruth Hart from Bournemouth Reformed Synagogue. Thanks to Richard Cooper for taking the first half of my question. But I wanted to ask about the culture in our trade unions, our government offices, our schools, our hospitals. Why is it that we cannot mention anti-Semitism without bracketing it in with every other form of racism, as if it were not a specific problem, or if it were less somehow, if there were more more instances of any other hate crimes or any other microaggression against any other minority group than there are against Jews, when we know the opposite is the case?
Thank you, Ruth. Flora and then Mark, both online.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm phoning from Israel. British Emma, Flora Frank. It's a very, very, very simple, and it might seem almost puerile suggestion, but I think we need to have much more debates and dialogue with all sections of the community, organised every monthly, every weekly, I don't know what, just like the councils of Christians and Jews used to do in the past, because until the world opinion changes and acknowledges, and especially the Arab sector acknowledges the evil that was perpetrated on the 7th of October. I was there at the time. I knew what was going on. 4 grandsons in the army. I don't want to go into it. It's boring. But we can never have peace. We can never stop anti-Semitism or anti-Zionism or anti-hatred unless we actually acknowledge what has gone on, because everywhere it's splashed over that Israel is committing genocide, Israel is doing this. How can we take this? I mean, how can we have any sort of go ahead with what marvelous project that you're going to do when people have got...
Laura, I'm going to cut the mic from you. I'm really sorry, but I think your main point was well made. Mark, and then the gentleman at the front of the queue whose name I don't know, for which I apologise.
Mark Drucker from Reading Hebrew Congregation. You rightly mentioned the far right, the far left, and Islamist groups, but there are people like the Liberation Theology Christians, who strike me as being a bit anti-Semitic, and people like the Irish Republicans, or the parties in Ireland seem to be that way. And in BBC Television South, and Elizabeth Meridian, every time they want to talk about racism, they speak to Stand Up to Racism, which of course is a front for the Socialist Workers' Party. And I would like other groups fighting anti-Semitism and racism to be more prominent in the local news. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a long queue in the room, so I'm going to stay with the room for the next few speakers. Please, the floor's yours.
Harry Lampert, under 35 observer for St Albans, Missouri. As a quote-unquote young person, the majority of the anti-Semitism I've experienced has been online. I currently have a folder on my phone which keeps track of the death threats I've received for being openly Jewish, and these range from kind of dull copy and pastes to some really quite inventive messages. When reported to social media companies, we're often told that things like suicide baiting and graphic descriptions of how people want to kill us are not against terms of service, and they go unchallenged. Is there a way for the Commission to potentially create a method of reporting this sort of anti-Semitism so that it can be logged and kept track of and included in the kind of report into the different forms of anti-Semitism which we experience?
Thank you very much. I'm going to stay with the floor. Thank you. The floor's yours.
Thank you. Michael Grenfell, representing New London Synagogue. This is a very small suggestion, but I think all of this can only be incremental. And that is that in the national curriculum, there should be a more significant place for Holocaust education. And I say this because there's extraordinary levels of ignorance among younger people, particularly about the Holocaust. And I think understanding it and knowing about it would help people understand Jewish sentiment and Jewish consciousness much more than they do, and would also help people understand some of Israel's motivations much more than they do. So that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. Josie and then Amanda.
Hi, a big thank you to both Lord Mann and Penny Mudat for the tireless work you're doing for the Commission on Anti-Semitism. So my name is Josie, representing JLGB. So my question is, as a doctor in the NHS, unfortunately, I currently think government organisations haven't had enough of, to use Penny's words, a spotlight on them on what good practice is to rule out anti-Semitism. You should take care of your own house first before making recommendations on how we tackle anti-Semitism in the community. I'm also a reserve officer, which I understand Penny has also had a stint in the army as well. And I'm happy to say that my colleagues and representation within the army have been very supportive of my Jewish traditions and status. But currently in an NHS hospital, I don't feel anyone comfortable knowing that I'm Jewish currently. So if we could have a major focus on government organisations and institutions and have a proper recommendation on how Jews are supported in those environments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josie. I'm going to take Amanda and then Zach online and then Richard.
Thank you. And thank you, Penny and John, for the work that you're doing. I'm Amanda Bowman. I'm Deputy for Hampstead Synagogue and co-chair of the London Jewish Forum. Our board president referenced some of the specifics in your terms of reference in terms of what you're going to cover. I want to suggest that it feels like anti-Semitism has become normalised in our day-to-day lives, and we have to accept it as being a British Jew. I think it could be helpful to look at the ways that other societal trends, conspiracy theories, polarised politics, are fueling the normalisation of anti-Semitism. And I wonder how your work will tackle societal ignorance of the history, culture, and the way that Jewish people live their lives in Great Britain. I'd also suggest that what you can measure is something that you can manage. And so I'd ask you to look at what metrics and evidence you'll use to access this kind of normalization in society. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. So Zach online and then Richard and then William Bidziński online. Zach, please.
Hello, thank you both for joining us today. I'm a current student at university in Sheffield, and in my experience, a lot of people at university, when they come to university, might not have met a Jewish person before, might not have had a Jewish friend before. And so I wanted to suggest, I think a big part of the work that you can do is not necessarily about people who are overtly anti-Semitic or even see themselves as anti-Semitic, but people who just might have not very much experience of Jewish people in Jewish life, and educating them and looking forward, you know, and trying to make sure there's a greater awareness of what Jewish people experience in the country, even if it's not tackling anti-Semitism directly.
Thank you, Zach. Richard, please.
Firstly, thank you both for doing what you're doing. I'm Richard Sassoon from the Spanish and Portuguese congregation. My point is one that what starts with the Jews doesn't always finish with the Jews. And I want to talk about the impact on the UK defence industry of some of the protests that have spilled over from the Gaza conflict, where they attack companies that are allegedly doing business with Israel or have links with Israel, or they attack recruitment fairs at universities which are trying to recruit graduates for the defence industry. And I see that as a spillover from the rise in anti-Semitism having an impact on the UK's strategic defence. And hopefully some of the things that you can do can solve both problems.
Thank you, Richard. So William, online, the floor is yours, and then we're coming back to the line here.
Can you hear me? It's William Bidziński. I represent the Association of Jewish Refugees. It's about, my concern is about the forms of anti-Semitism that aren't blatant, that aren't in your face, that are the result of a slow sort of drip feed of misinformation, sometimes perhaps not even deliberate misinformation. And I'm talking in the context of work I do editing books, university textbooks, that often contain that kind of misinformation. I can do something about it on an individual level by raising concerns, by making comments, by feeding back to publishers. But how that is addressed on a wider level, I don't know.
Thank you very much, William. Penny and John, it's a lot to write down, but I hope you're okay with this, because I want to stick with the speakers if I may. So the floor is yours now, and then I'm going to go to Bruce online and then come back here.
My name is Michael Sampson, representative for Nottingham Hebrew Congregation. The anti-Israel, anti-Jewish and anti-Semitic demonstrations have been regularly held in London and other UK cities and not necessarily acted upon promptly by all UK police forces through regular prosecutions and through the Crown Prosecution Service. And it's under Section 4 of the Public Order Act 1986 and under Religious Hatred Act 2006. So I'm suggesting that that should be taken on board so that everybody in each police force also acts in the same way and under the same standards on this. Section 4 of the Public Order Act states that it's an offence to use threatening, abusive or insulting behaviour to another person, and it's an offence to display threatening, abusive or insulting writing, signs or other visible representations to another person. Under the Religious and Religious Hatred Act 2006, it's an offence to stir up hatred against people on religious grounds. So that should be used a bit more.
Thank you very much. So I've got Bruce online, and then I'm coming back to the room.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bruce Greenberg from Northampton Hebrew Congregation. For better or for worse, tomorrow, Monday, we'll have the inauguration of Trump as our president again. I'm just curious to know from our speakers here, your initial thoughts. Do you think Trump this time around will be a friend for us from across the pond to help us combat and fight anti-Semitism? Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Two speakers from the floor now, please.
Johnny Weinberg, trustee of Jewish Action for Mental Health. There's a couple of ideas, but really getting into schools, community groups, colleges, universities, and as well as the public sector. And at three levels, yes, talking about anti-Semitism and positively educating about Judaism, looking to do dual sessions, usually with a Muslim and a Jew together, can be very impactful. And then some of the work I do, We Stand Together, looks at all protected characteristics. And again, that positive view and education of it, as somebody who's clearly Jewish, going in and doing that, and then able to look at that linkage between those different forms of discrimination helps to make that impact. And we evidence that quite strongly. And I'd recommend looking not just specifically at Jewish people all the time, there is a place for that, but also that intersectionality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take the next speaker from the floor here, and then one after that will be Jane Power online. But Jane, can I ask you to switch your camera on before we give you the mic? But the floor is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VA Palmer, Bromley Reform Synagogue. In my practice, the best methods towards changing people's opinions is through education. There isn't sufficient enough knowledge about the history of Zionism in the general public. And also, most people will change their minds when they speak to someone that they know, as opposed to being told by someone from outside. So more opportunities for interaction between members of our community and those that specifically understand the context of Zionism, the Enlightenment, the creation and necessity of a nation state and so on, is probably a positive step towards fighting anti-Semitism.
Thank you so much. Jane, it's nice to have you with us visually as well as by sound. The floor is yours, and then I will give it to Robert.
Thanks. I'm Jane Power from Westminster. I just got out of the hospital, so that's why I wasn't on my video, but I am now. So what I really want to emphasize are all the positive remarks that people are saying. We need both. We need to fight anti-Semitism, but we also need to give positive views of Jewish life. And I know the senior management, our senior leaders, the royals are making positive visits to Jewish communities. I would encourage that to happen more. And I would like to also encourage more in education, not just on the Holocaust, but just on the positive nature of the Jewish religion and perhaps on the links to Christianity. That we are Church of England, but we share the Old Testament. We share a lot of things. And I don't think that that is taught enough in schools.
Are we good? We're good. Thank you very much. I think your point was well made. So the floor is yours, Robert.
The talk. Robert Stone, Finchley Reformed Synagogue. On the dimension of fighting anti-Semitism, my wife Helen is co-chair of Generation to Generation. It sends the children and grandchildren of Holocaust survivors and non-survivors to schools and other organizations to talk about the one person. You know, in 6 million is too many. They talk about one person. And what's remarkable about these presentations is that many of them talk about those non-Jews who helped their father or their grandfather, the righteous among the Gentiles. And I think the message, don't be a bystander. The message, don't be a bystander, really gets across, especially to the children in schools. So I think that's one of the important ways of fighting anti-Semitism.
Thank you, Robert. I'm going to give the floor to the speaker in the hall, and then I'm going to go to Susan Pascoe online.
Is this working? Yeah. How do we tackle this kind of disproportionate focus on Israel-Palestine compared to so many other crises in the world, like in Sudan, Ethiopia, Myanmar, which ultimately the disproportionate focus, while criticizing Israel itself as an anti-Semitic, this disproportionate focus kind of creates a hostile atmosphere for Jewish people, and it makes it top of the agenda on like campus, social media, and just makes people feel they can't express themselves. And also, how do we tackle like all these new media sites who seem to make like criticizing Israel their main course? Quite a lot of these Qatari-backed sites, which are quite influential, which are really some of the stuff they say is quite anti-Semitic. I mean, if you go onto Al Jazeera Arabic, you can quite clearly find within 5 minutes of searching articles questioning the reality of the Holocaust and its doubts. And these are media which unfortunately people respect nowadays. So how do we tackle that?
Thank you.
James Olswang, UJS.
Thank you so much for your question. I've got Susan Pascoe and then another speaker in the room.
Yes, Susan Pascoe, Israel Community. I was very privileged to meet you both and thank you both for the evidence session on Thursday. Building on what we discussed then and hearing what different speakers are saying, the enforcement of IRA, either by the Office for Students to help students and as an academic myself to help academics, and more widely the enforcement of IRA, because the government has adopted IRA, therefore, why aren't we seeing it implemented? And just one additional point is that there's disagreement over, should it be the Jerusalem Declaration, should it be IRA, definition of anti-Semitism, but since the government has accepted it, let's give it some teeth. Let's see it work in action. And thank you very much to you both.
Susan, please, the floor is yours.
And spoke about how and one of the questions that came after the lecture from one of the students was, how can you be a Zionist and fight for? I think a lot of awareness of what Zionism is right? And recently was honored to be asked to be on the council of Thomas Voice of Israel. Well, and one of the things that I mentioned
Thank you very much. I'm going to stay with the room for the next speaker, and then I'm going to go to Gerald Fox and then Lawrence online.
Yeah. Oh, thank you very much. My name is Toby Green. I'm also an academic working partly in academia and partly in applied political research. There's a couple of issues relating to academia that I just wanted to raise. One is the potential for a silent boycott of Israeli academics or even Jewish academics with close associations with Israel. There are some academics that will openly discriminate against their Israeli colleagues, but I fear there are many more who may be silently discriminating against Israelis just in the choices they make about what papers to review or grant applications or what other kind of academic collaborations, which may be discriminatory towards Israelis and Jews in some cases. And another is how issues relating to Israel and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and Zionism are taught in the classroom, where there may be attitudes that are prejudicial relating to Jews or don't fully reflect the Jewish historical experience being taught in the classroom. Both these issues are particularly challenging because of the important value of academic freedom, but it could be that academic freedom is being kind of used as a front for promoting and sharing discriminatory attitudes or prejudicial attitudes towards Jews. I just wanted to put that on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Got Gerald and then Lawrence both online.
Hello, Gerald Fox, Bedfordshire Progressive Synagogue. I make a suggestion that it's a national event, Holocaust Memorial Day. Shouldn't it be a civic duty of councils to take on the responsibility? Because last year we had the most horrendous job getting HMD on involved. Our numbers were down from 350 people a year to 60, and they had to be screened. There was anti-Semitism from the council, Luton Council, and there was understandable security worries from the university where we've since been holding it. And really, it should be taken out of our hands. And it's Holocaust Memorial Day is about the Holocaust. And it's other people, it's not just Jews that were murdered in the Holocaust. There were millions of other people murdered. And I really do think they should have that as a responsibility, as a civic duty. Thank you.
Lawrence, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Lawrence Jacobson, Wimbledon District Synagogue. Now, it may assist to obtain a government declaration that while self-determination of Palestinians might ultimately be reflected in a state of their own, any assertions of a unitary Palestinian state, that is to say, which includes land of the state of Israel within the Green Line, is a patent illegality in international law. Consequently, any chance of river to the sea, global intifada, and so on would amount to hate speech against, among others, the Jewish inhabitants of Israel and Jews in the diaspora, whether Zionists or non-Zionists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm disposed to close the speakers list now because I've got people standing up already and I've got Alex online. So I'm not going to accept any more because it's really important to see what Lord Mann and Penny have made of this barrage of suggestions that have come their way. So I want to give them the floor before as soon as I can. So the floor is now with you and then it goes back to Alex Boyd.
Hi, this is Sapir from Maidenhead Synagogue. Also, I work in HR. I think there's an issue with employers not knowing how to support Jews, whether they have network support groups, those in smaller companies who don't know how to support them either, or don't know if they can discuss the issues at workplaces. A suggestion, don't know if it's already been suggested, but like using employer guide that the board has created to disseminate the guide, but also reaching out to big organizations, which I know that the board has tried to do with CIPD, the Chartered Institute of Personal Development, to support an understanding of the issues and giving employers and to navigate the issues as well. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Alex Boyd, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alex Boyd from Wessex Liberal. I have recently started an interfaith women's group here in Salisbury. My children don't go to a Jewish school. And I just wanted to reiterate, it is really, really important to really make it clear to schools that interfaith relations in primary and in secondary school, to start it right from there, is really, really important, and to encourage Jewish parents and children to actually be maybe spotlighted or encouraged in schools to share their faith, and maybe their Muslim brothers and sisters also, which is, you know, just to make a bigger point about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. So back in the room, Mariam, please, the floor is yours.
Carol Abrahams, Catford and Bromley Synagogue. I recently had the pleasure of looking after the Jewish Living Experience exhibition at Catford Shul, and it was a great success. But one of the things I noticed was how little the teachers who came in knew about Judaism. And I think, well, I mean, I think we all know that racism and hatred is born of ignorance. I think that the Department of Education has got to make sure that teachers are educated in different religions, not just Judaism, but in different religions. And I think we've produced Clive's book on teaching Judaism for GCSE, but the Department of Education really needs to make sure that that book is in every secondary school, and it's not just used for those taking Judaism at GCSE, but for all.
Thank you very much, Carol. Sheila, and then the person behind you, and then the list is closed.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you both for coming today. My name is Sheila Gewolb. I'm the Deputy for Cardiff United Synagogue. Education, education, education. For over 40 years, I've been going into schools to talk about being Jewish and to make those links with other faiths. And we have the most amazing Jewish Living Experience exhibition that we need to expand beyond schools into the NHS, into government circles. It's so important. Somebody from university experienced anti-Semitism. If that young person, before they get to university, non-Jewish, gets the opportunity to understand what it means to be Jewish, to be able to stand up for friends who are being bullied, please, please support us with all the amazing education the board does. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. And last but by no means least, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Alina Weisman, under 35 observer for West London Synagogue. I experienced an anti-Semitic incident at a London tube station several months ago. The incident was involved by people wearing kippas or necklaces. And my question is what the government could do to ensure that people can wear their religion openly while feeling safe.
Thank you very much for that question. Wow. Well, Penny and Lord Mann, as you can see, the Board of Deputies don't really care about this issue. I mean, that was a phenomenal number of suggestions, questions which have come your way, statements, because that's what we're like. But I would like to give you each the floor to respond to what you've heard and how you see the next steps in the important work of your commission. So Lord Mann, I'll give you the floor first.
Thank you. I'm going to group quite a lot together, of course, because there are some themes there. But I have to start with the question from Leeds, because, of course, I am Lord Man of Holbeck Moor in the city of Leeds. I think the idea of having a week of activity, action, education, however it's posed, is a very good one. My view is to have such a week, it ought to do two things. One is directly educating on anti-Semitism and how it impacts and what needs to be done about it. But secondly, and this was a theme of quite a lot of contributions, I think it also should be doing the Jewish way of life, and explaining about the Jewish way of life and celebrating the Jewish way of life. I think Jewish community is very good at celebrating, but I think more can be done to take those celebrations of the Jewish way of life to non-Jews. And I think that is an important priority at the moment. The issue of the term silent boycotts was used, the term isolation was used. I think this is one of the biggest problems we've got. I think one of the biggest problems, and I think with the tentative ceasefire today, and if that holds, I think there's a reasonable chance it will, but if that holds, then we'll see extremists moving from making lots of noise to increasingly trying to ostracize and isolate Jewish people, sometimes Jewish organizations. That includes Israelis, of course, but not exclusively. And I think we are seeing a growth of that already. I know we are. And people in the British Jewish community are reticent if something bad happens to them that they can't prove. My experience is people have been reticent to say anything about it. And there's nothing worse than being isolated and ostracized, perhaps in the workplace, perhaps in the where you live, perhaps where you visit. That's, I think, an increasing problem. That's, of course, exacerbated by what happens online. And we'd be interested in specific proposals in relation to that whole mess of what's online and the refusal of some of the key figures, Mr. Musk, Mr. Zuckerberg, to really to do anything about it. That's impacting very negatively. A lot of people talked about schools education, and the government's got bids in at the moment that are being assessed for a significant amount of new work in schools. I think that's important. I think one of the things that we have to do, and we're not doing enough, is to honestly evaluate, perhaps sometimes externally evaluate things that are going on. What works? How do they work? Why do they work? And what doesn't work and why things not working? I think we need to put more effort into evaluating education inputs and then spreading best practice about what goes on. Some very good points made about policing and the NHS. I think we're on top of it yet. We're getting a lot of input into this commission on those issues. And an interesting point on textbooks. I reflect some of the worst anti-Semitism is in Dickens and in Shakespeare. One of the things we're sadly lacking is a guide for English teachers on how to deal with those famous historic texts, because I think that has been something that has been long avoided in the classroom, in academia, and in literature. Is Trump a friend or a foe? Well, we'll see. One of the interesting things to watch. It's in the big world, it's minor, but it might get a bit of coverage in the Jewish press, is to see who he appoints as my equivalent, his, however he terms the word, commissar, I think the term now is ambassador in the US on anti-Semitism. That'll be, I think, quite an interesting signal and may reveal quite a lot about how he's going to deal with the issue, because that person will have some influence. And I expect some, I don't know who it will be. I hear various names and they're very different people from different perspectives. That will be a very important appointment. I think that will come early in his presidency. The last thing I'd say, and it's came up quite a number of times, you know, when I grew up, I knew nobody who was Jewish. And, you know, I've just been at an event where the most prominent Israeli in our country was given a standing ovation as he left a football field, having scored a goal, with people cheering his name and tens of thousands. There have been many problems. One of the things I think we need to think about is how to also capture the fact that where I live, of course there's prejudice, of course there's anti-Semitism, but it manifests so rarely, and in the public arena virtually never. How do we capitalize on that basic support for the Jewish community that I think is across most of this country? We're going to be recommending on all the negatives, and rightly so, and there's lots to be done. But how can we also capture the positivity of how the British people sees the British Jewish community and the brilliance of the Jewish way of life, and how when people see it and feel it, they really appreciate it? So any specific suggestions or recommendations you have on how we can do that, as well as the whole negativity, of which we have many ideas, and there's many, many more from today, and today's been recorded, so we have everything captured. We'd be keen to hear from. So thank you very, very much for your contributions.
Thank you.
Lord Mann, thank you so much for engaging so positively with the suggestion that you've heard from deputies today. Before I give you the floor, Penny, I just want to pass quickly to Phil to explain when we're going to go to the live broadcast, because we now know that the hostages are on their way to Israel.
Deputies, we're following anxiously the news of that handover, which has now been completed, and we understand the Red Cross is already on its way, as you can see from the live stream. Our plan is that once the hostages enter Israel, we'll break to give a prayer and to mark the moment at whatever point. I know Sammy knows that. We're going to tell the Met Commissioner as well if that happens when he's speaking.
Thank you, Phil. Penny, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for sitting through all of these contributions here. So the final word from the Commission chairs goes to you, Penny.
Thank you very much. Well, just to add my thanks for all your input, and please do keep ideas coming. And if there's good practice out there and organisations that you think should be contributing to this, please do make them aware about the call for evidence and the work that we are doing. Just to pick up on some other points that were raised, there was a question with regard to online platforms, and also a question and comment raised about the wider culture and how we change that. John and I are very focused on recommendations that we know that can be delivered and that will have a meaningful impact in short order. We are very realistic. We're not going to be able to solve all of the issues that there are with social media platforms in this commission. This won't be the last commission that takes place. But I think sometimes being very clear about the problem that there is there to be solved can actually be very helpful. So that's how we're approaching this. Speaking to my fellow reservist officer, I was in the Navy, and organisations I think that really do things well are very focused on enabling everyone in those organizations to be the best they can be. I know that the military looks at these issues as part of its job to become operationally effective. It's sort of baked into its core job. And I think we're seeing a real contrast just from the small number of evidence sessions we've already done between organizations that do things well, their culture and their attitude, compared to organizations which do things badly and don't view this as part of their job. And I think we can tell a very powerful story when we come to our recommendations in that. And just to reassure you, a lot of the organisations you've mentioned which you have concerns about with regard to trade unions or the NHS or Transport for London, you'll see from our remit that that is very much part of where we are focusing, and to really look at what are appropriate behaviours that have been excused, whether it's through sort of academic freedom of speech or other such narratives. This is a particular form of bullying, and if these behaviours were directed against another person or another group of people, people would not tolerate it. People would not be bystanders. People would view it as part of their job to go and address. And I think we're also becoming aware that recommendations that we will potentially make are likely to have benefits for other groups in society as well. And I think that is will be a powerful message when we come to make those recommendations. Just to reassure you as well, we are looking at law enforcement and also prosecution. We've already had some evidence on that as we're going through. And then finally, just to the issues that were raised about disproportionate focus on Israel and Gaza compared to other things that are going on, what the media cover and so forth. I think this is a particular point. John and I aren't going to tell media organisations what they should and shouldn't be covering, but I think there are organisations that we are focusing on who spend not just a disproportionate amount of their time, but a completely and wholly inappropriate focus on particular issues. If you have an organisation which is there supposedly to represent your interests as a public sector worker, and isn't focused on what's going on in schools, your well-being, your ability to perform, whether it's as a teacher or a social worker or what have you, and they're focused on something that is completely out of their remit and what you are ultimately paying them to do on your behalf, that is a strange state of affairs. So I hope that just to give you a brief overview of the sorts of things that John and I are doing has been helpful to you. We are really determined to get some practical action to come out of our work. I'm very proud to be part of it, and I look forward to working with you all in the coming weeks and months. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Penny. I'm going to hand over to Andrew Gilbert to thank you both formally for all of us for your time and effort.
So it's an absolute honour for our community that you're doing. We've got an all-rounder and a specialist. John has been a personal friend of mine since we were teenagers. It's great for us to continue to work together. And Penny, you bring such experience of government, and when one reads your biography of all the things you've shown attention to, we are so lucky to have you doing. It's a historic moment for our community to have such support of two great parliamentarians. I do think this can make a big difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so very much for that very valuable discussion. I'm disposed now to give you a very short break, not a big break, a short break. And then I think we're going to try and get Sammy to come back and talk to us. We'll shoot for 2:45 and we'll see how far we get. Thank you all very much.
No, it's just there's so many Googlers, you know, but I'm really grateful you're here. I really am. That's great. And you will introduce him. Right. So you did a you did a lovely thank you. You did a lovely thank you. That was okay. It was quite lovely. Wow, that goth, I love that gothic. Very lucky to have you. Thank you all very much for coming back and sitting down and enabling us to resume. Okay, I know this is one of the agenda items that we look forward to very keenly. We only have one of me. It's bad enough to inflict one of me on everybody. Two is beyond. Yep, no echo. Good, great. Excellent. Sammy, it's always so great to have you with us. The floor's yours.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I just want to kind of warn that I'm a bit emotional about this, and also very exciting news that one of our own team members, Josh Cohen, literally 2 hours ago got elected to be the World Union of Jewish Students president, which is incredible. He was also a former UJS deputy, so kind of the epitome of Jewish leadership. But thank you for giving me your time today. And of course, thank you to Bill and the team for giving me the time to give this speech. The Board of Deputies and the Union of Jewish Students have so many shared values. And as the only two cross-communal democratic representative bodies in our incredible Jewish community, this now long-standing tradition of the UJS presidential address to the board meeting of deputies is more than just a nice opportunity to tell you about our important work. It is an opportunity to show our community the importance of representation at every level. So thank you for this opportunity. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sammy and I am the president of the Union of Jewish Students. This speech affords me a significant moment, a chance to reflect on the progress we've made together, the challenges we face, and the work that still lies ahead to ensure a thriving future for Jewish students across the UK and Ireland. Firstly, it would be remiss of me not to take this moment to thank the Board of Deputies, both the elected individuals and staff, for all of the support they have given me and my team over the past 7 months, and for always supporting UJS's mission and work. The mission of UJS is simple but profound: to lead, defend, and enrich Jewish student life while amplifying the voice of Jewish students. Today, I am proud to stand or sit before you and report on how we have brought this mission to life in the face of unprecedented opportunities and obstacles. Leadership lies at the heart of UJS. In the past 7 months, we have worked tirelessly to strengthen our relationship across youth movements, synagogues, and community centres, empowering the next generation of Jewish leaders, activists, and thinkers. We started the year by holding the largest ever in-person JSOC committee training day in August, equipping student leaders with the tools and confidence to shape their vibrant Jewish societies on their campuses. Our University Leadership Fellowship, now in its 2nd cohort, has brought together future Jewish leaders, providing them with a platform for development. At the same time, our newly launched 6th Form Leadership Fellowship ensures the next cohort of campus leaders is prepared to carry the mantle into the future. These initiatives are more than programs. They invest in Jewish life's long-term strength and resilience in the UK and Ireland. Defending Jewish students is not just a responsibility, it's a duty we take with the utmost seriousness. This year, our focus on anti-Semitism awareness has reached new heights. Since June, we have trained over 1,500 university and student union leaders, ensuring they are equipped to recognize and combat anti-Semitism. When students and staff were discovered glorifying individuals like Sinwar it rocked university campuses. UJS immediately took action, engaging directly with university vice-chancellors and student unions and the police and other authorities when necessary to demand accountability. We have also deepened our Israel engagement effort. We have had speaker tours, such as our Advocate Gazette speaker tour, Israel's leading investigator into sexual crimes committed by Hamas on and following October 7th, and our poignant tree planting initiative, planting 1,200 trees nationwide, honoring the lives lost on October 7th, and centered at Jewish care in Bichy. Through these and so many more events and initiatives, we have continued our commitment to Israel engagement as a cornerstone of our Jewish identity. These programs, alongside cross-campus ceremonies, events, vigils, and resources, have strengthened Jewish students' connection to Israel while fostering a deeper understanding of its complexity. Another critical focus has been our work to combat gender-based violence. Through our 16 Days of Activism campaign, we raised awareness and supported and empowered students to act. This work underscores our commitment to creating safe, inclusive spaces for all Jewish students. Enriching. Jewish life is as much about joy and celebration as it is about resilience and advocacy. On campus, there simply has to be as much joy as there is oi. This year, we welcome thousands of students at Freshers' Fairs, ensuring that every new Jewish student feels part of a vibrant and supportive community from their very first day on campus. We have already signed up more students this year than any full year on record. From inter-university football and netball tournaments to innovative social events like Booze for Jews, our activities have brought students together, fostering connections and creating memories that will last a lifetime. Cultural celebrations like Hanukkah on Ice and interfaith initiatives like Bring a Friend to Friday Night Dinner during Interfaith Week have enriched Jewish student life while promoting unity and understanding. Voice of Jewish students. One of our most critical roles is representing the voice of Jewish students at every level. This year, we have engaged directly with key political leaders, including the Prime Minister, with the support and partnership of the board, the leader of the opposition, and university vice-chancellors and student leadership to ensure Jewish student concerns are heard and addressed. We've also collaborated with organizations like CST to respond to the alarming surge in anti-Semitic incidents, which have reached record levels on campus this year. As many will know, Elie Wiesel famously said, "The opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. Indifference is simply not an option for us." We've called on universities to do more, to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, to respond swiftly to incidents, and to foster inclusive environments where Jewish students can thrive without fear. Looking ahead, while we celebrate our achievements, there is no denying the challenges that still remain. The rise in anti-Semitic incidents underscores the urgency of our work. But I am inspired daily by the resilience, creativity, and determination of Jewish students who refuse to be silenced or marginalized. The future of UJS is bright. The passion and vision I saw from the presidential candidates last month, the incredible numbers engaging with the campaign, and nearly 2,000 individuals voting in the election assured me that Jewish student life will continue to flourish long into the future. To our partners, supporters, and most importantly, the Jewish students who make our work possible, thank you. Together, we will continue to build a stronger, more inclusive, and more vibrant community. If there is one request I have from all of you, and for you to pass on to all of your communities and constituents, it is this: listen to Jewish students and their needs. But I mean really listen. Student empowerment is not just a good buzzword. It matters, and matters so fundamentally, because it is what will ensure the future of our Jewish community continues to go from strength to strength. So reach out to us at UJS, and we will ensure that your support is valued and taken forward. Whether you are offering connections or legal support or a psychologist, or just want to let us know you're here, reach out. And as we move forward, let us carry forward the spirit of unity and purpose that defines UJS. Together we are stronger, Together we are unstoppable. Thank you.
Anti-Semitism was there, but most people sat down and shut up about it. And it's so different today, and it's so important that you are there for those students day in, day out. Thank you. I will take a few questions, a few brief questions to Sammy since she's here. So first of all, I've got father of the board, Jerry Lewis, and then three along from him. No. So that's hard work for you, Noah. You're all right.
Thank you very much. Jerry Lewis, Hampstead Synagogue. First of all, deputies have now seen what a wonderful asset that the community has with you and what work you've done. And as I've said to you privately, I hope you're going to stay around after you finish your presidential term, because you're going to be a fantastic advocate for the Jewish community and for the wider student world. I just have one concern. That's entryism into campuses. There are a number of organizations, including something called the Pinsker Center, which are doing what they've done for some years. The Pinsker movement have a budget of £500,000. Nobody knows where the money comes from. My previous investigations indicated they were coming from the Israeli government. It's not healthy, and I want to know what is being done by UJS to ensure that the entryism by them and other organizations is controlled, so UJS maintain the sense of responsibility and the work they do.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you very much. Can you hold that thought while I go to the second speaker? No, it's the 1-3 along. Sorry to point at you, it's so rude.
Sorry. Joel Kaufman, Deputy for B'nai Akiva UK. Thank you, Sammy, it's great to hear all of the amazing things that UJS have been doing. I just wanted to let you know of something which has been happening. We've had an incident in Leeds where there's a specific individual, I studied at Leeds, by the way, who was arrested for various incidents involving anti-Semitic abuse and racially or religiously aggravated abuse, which happened on the University of Leeds campus. Now, after being deemed guilty of these cases in court, her bail condition preventing her to be allowed on campus ran out, meaning that this convicted criminal is now who is convicted for anti-Semitic hate is now allowed back on our campuses. I don't think this is the only case in which this is happening. how can we feel safe as Jewish students when anti-Semitic criminals are allowed on our campus? And what is UJS doing, and what can UJS do to try and
Okay, can you hold that thought, Sammy? Because I've had an indication that Phil does now want us to break.
The news has come across that the 3 hostages have re-entered Israel, and I'd like us to join in the prayer that is customary of this, which is Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam matir asurim. Blessed are you, O Lord our God, King of the universe, who releases the captives.
Amen.
We will now together sing the Arcadian prayer.
Makom Yerachem Aleim Yotziem Mitzora Le'arvacha U'me'afel Le'ora U'meshibur Le'gula Hashta V'gala U'bizman Tarif.
V'nomar, amen. Friends, as I said earlier, we will continue to campaign until each and every single one of the hostages are out. The campaign is not over until each and every one of those hostages are free. Thank you very much, and thank God for this day.
Thank you. There was a third speaker, so I'm disposed to take you and then give the floor back to Sammy.
Sasha Hardy, the Observer for Liberal Judaism. Thank you, Sammy. We know that we've all had an awful time on campus over the past 15 months. I wanted to ask about UJS's work to support LGBTQ students. Specifically, JSOCs are an important place for us to meet, find community, and for many queer Jewish students, LGBT societies have historically played a similar role. However, these spaces are now often involved in anti-Zionist activism. Myself and many other queer Jewish young adults I know have lost most of our Goyish friends in the past year, and that experience of ostracism has been deeply isolating and lonely. I know you work in partnership with Keshet UK and run talks with queer Jewish leaders, and while that's great, we are in a time of crisis, and I think we really need space facilitated for us to come together and build peer support network and that. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Thank you.
For that important question. Thank you. Sammy, lots of really important questions there.
Yeah, thank you so much for all the questions. And Jerry, thank you for the kind words. We will see what happens next with me come July. But in answer to your question, Ben, the director of the Pinsker Center, graduated before I was even a student. But the campus experience he describes as one I can certainly recognize. As you heard in my speech, UJS works hard to engage students across a range of views and beliefs, Jewish and not, and Israel engagement is the core part of what we do and how we do it. We always say that we're not the sole provider of Jewish life on campus, but are the facilitators of it through our national initiatives, but also locally through our campus representation and support to JSOCs. And we will continue to work hard and work with a multitude of partners to combat the hate on campuses across the UK and Ireland. And we'll continue doing this proudly as UJS, but also working with these partners. So I want to assure you that you don't need to be concerned about them. In answer to Joel's question, Leeds, I just was following up. We're constantly reviewing, especially in Leeds, there's a new vice chancellor, which hopefully will be able to take more pressure, but I will certainly take away your concern. In the meantime, I would suggest taking any concerns to your JSOC or your sabbatical officer. They're all on our website. but we're constantly reviewing the security of Jewish students and Jewish student events nationally and working with university authorities on a number of campuses where the individuals have either been arrested, convicted, or have expressed support for terrorism or been anti-Semitic. We can't go in much detail, but I will make sure we follow up with that. And Sasha, thank you for your question. Over the past year, we saw, and I saw it when I was on campus last year, that LGBTQ plus societies, history societies, feminist societies were excluding Jewish students, which is simply not okay. This year, we reintroduced the role of an inclusion sabbatical officer, which is one of our fantastic campaigns and inclusion officers, Samantha, who is planning for an LGBTQ plus network to be formed to be able to give Jewish students the space to process. Obviously, you mentioned our Keshet partnership, and especially over the next month when it is LGBTQ plus History Month, we will be doing even more kind of activism and posts on any issues surrounding it to make sure we are tackling that issue. But thank you for the question.
Thank you so much, Sami. I feel like I should give you on behalf of everybody just a huge thank you. There's never been a tougher time. The work's never been more important, and you and your team are doing it so well. Thank you so very much. The commissioner is in. How could I not notice that the commissioner? Please, okay, so first of all, I've got to ask your forgiveness. It gives me now great pleasure to ask you, Andrew, to introduce the police commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley. Welcome to our podium. Perfect, as long as you have the mic.
So Mark, it's a great honour to have you here. The first time we met was at a carol service. And it was, I don't normally meet people at a carol service, but it was at Southwark Cathedral, and the Mayor of London introduced us. We're very lucky tonight. We've got the new commissioner with us, and so I looked up online, made sure I knew who it was, and in the time afterwards, I was managing to deal with all our issues with Mark. No one else realised who he was, so I had my time and didn't let Mark get away. And after that, I also remember when we launched, you launched New Met London Haringey. You came and returned the fright when you sat down next to myself and Judith Hintley as we took part in an exercise. Judith, my vice division, sitting there. So you've been very special to work through and how it's changed through New Met London and through Case Report, and how under your leadership the Metropolitan Police has really begun to address some of the problems we face in the community. I think this came to a culmination yesterday. So you're coming on the greatest day that possible at the moment for that case. And I do want to make our thanks to your team, and particularly yesterday with Commander Adam Sinecki for the work that he did, but also thank everyone on your team, because we really do feel that we've been supported. Thank you very much.
Yes, great. I've mastered the technology. There you go. Thank you very much for the invite. I don't like being pinned down, so I like to walk and talk. I hope that's okay. So I think I'll speak for 10 or 15 minutes just to introduce myself and some of the things about what we're doing generally for all communities, and then move into some of the specific issues that's been affecting Jewish communities in London and our work together. Firstly, a couple of words of introduction. I spent my whole life in policing, pretty much, since leaving university, in policing in Birmingham, national organised crime agencies, working in Surrey through to being chief constable, then in the Met for many years, most of which I was leading the national approach to counter-terrorism, particularly during the peak of the ISIS threat out in the Middle East and the effects that had in the UK, particularly in 2017. And I left policing in 2018 to do different things, never imagining I'd be back in policing. My wife always told me I was going to go back. I told her I wasn't, but she was right and I was wrong. Sometimes our partners know us better than ourselves, don't they? Whilst I was out of policing, there's something I just wanted to mention that's going to be probably relevant to some of the conversation we might have. That besides working with some private sector companies, I did some government work and other things. one thing I did was a report for the Counter-Extremism Commission on extremism and the law, which is published and called Operating with Impunity, which I did jointly with Dame Sarah Khan. And a lot of what we spoke about in terms of the way extremism gets a foothold and the cracks in the laws of hate crime, terrorism law, the absence of a legal framework for extremism, were things we called out then. That report subsequently been supported by Sir John Saunders when he was doing the Manchester inquiry into the attack that killed all those young girls there. That's still something I feel very strongly about, that we're facing different threats today and we need different tools to deal with it. So anyway, back into policing. The Metropolitan Police is an amazing organisation. We've got tens of thousands of fantastic people. But clearly, it got into a situation where it's not been doing a good enough job for communities. There's lots of reports and lots of things that say that. But I think it's important to say it's despite the best efforts of lots of good people. It's possible for an institution to get into a mess despite the majority of the people being good people. So we've been trying to bounce back from that, which is difficult when you're a shrinking organisation because of budget pressures. But I'm really proud of the progress our teams have made. So the way we've approached it is based on sort of two lists of three. So we looked at all the recommendations, all the reports, our own analysis, our own judgment as leaders, and we're focusing on two things. Firstly, what's the mission of policing? About trust, crime and standards. More trust, less crime, high standards. That's important because sometimes in policing, people forget that building trust is as important as fighting crime because those two things are inherently tied together. Standards is on the top line because we've had some problems in that respect and we're sorting that out, and you'll see the ghastly headlines on the individual cases. But we need to get back on top of that and deal with the minority who've undermined the organisation. That's how we get to that. But there's three ways we're changing. Firstly, we're fixing the foundations of the organisation. There are lots of ways in terms of buildings, resources, technology, equipment for officers, training, all of that, which over a decade of budget cuts has been degraded. It seems pretty dry, but it's really important. The officer, if you happen to be, I know obviously this is a national meeting, but if you happen to be a Londoner, and you find a lot of this across the country, if training for officers has been cut with budgets, if their equipment is less good, if their leaders' training is less good, all of that just slowly saps the skills of the organisation. It's easy to cut those things, particularly when over the last 15 years, politicians have put mandates. You've got to keep the number of police officers the same. So everything underneath gets cut. Eventually, you undermine those officers' good intent by not setting them up to succeed. So that's absolutely critical. Second thing, on top of foundations, is the culture and standards, which is both dealing with the negative, which I've mentioned, but also building a constructive culture, which starts with leadership training. Most of my leaders were getting no training whatsoever. It had been cut in budget cuts. If I was to compare police to military have managed to hold on to these things in their budgets. A chief superintendent has a similar role across the country. Wherever you're based in the country, you've got a local chief superintendent who runs a big part of your county or your city. And you'll probably know those men and women who sort of in charge of the policing of your community. If you compare that to a colonel in the army, who may also be leading sort of 1 to 2,000 men and women, a colonel will, since Sandhurst, have had 72 weeks of leadership development. Most of my chief superintendents, since being an inspector, if they're lucky, they've had 1 or 2. That's clearly not acceptable. So training for leadership is one powerful example of getting of helping our leaders be better at setting the culture. So we're doing all those things, building a positive culture, listening to the young woman from the National Union of Students, or whatever the title was. I'm sorry, I missed your title. Inclusion is so important, isn't it? You need an organisation where everyone can thrive. And Making that happen in a big complex organisation is difficult, but so vital, particularly when you're policing a city like London. London is probably, I mean, I think it's the best city in the world, but I'm biased. But it's certainly the most diverse, most globally connected global city. We can only succeed in that context if we're connected and understand all the communities we police. So building that into that culture is so critical. And that then underpins the operational changes we're making which are focused on getting more proactive, going after the most dangerous criminals, shifting more resources towards protecting women and girls from the violence that they face. Violence against women and girls is a massive issue in society, which the numbers are frightening. And so tipping more resources towards that, providing a better service and going after the most dangerous men who prey on women and children. And lastly, a tip towards communities, putting communities at the centre of what we do and reinvigorating neighbourhood policing and the work they do with the different communities they police across London. And that's what we've been doing, and we can see the product and the results of that. The collapse in the falling confidence is stabilised. Confidence in local policing in London is now higher than it is on average nationally. It's higher than the other big cities. On areas like serious violence, it's safer than the other big cities. On violence against women and girls, we've taken our sort of cases solved rates from being relatively low to relatively high. The next thing we've got to crack down on is volume crime and deal with some of these phone thefts and things, and we're bearing down on that at the moment. So we're making progress, but there's lots more to do. So we're doing that, and we can talk more about general policing. We are doing that in a context where budgets are shrinking, which is challenging, particularly when we spend on policing London only 2/3 what gets spent per capita on policing New York or Sydney or places like that. You can look at tables of police officers per head in the UK compared to Europe, and England and Wales is much, much lower. So we're doing that in a challenging resourcing time. And whilst we've been doing that, global events have landed on the streets of London, and we have to face those challenges which land so heavily on your communities. So I'm just going to finish with a few words about that, and then we'll take question and answers for as long as you want. So the different dimensions of that we see and that we're responding to. Firstly, at the most local level, that surge in hate crime, that sense of feeling less safe where you live, where you work, where you worship. We want everybody in London to be able to thrive equally. And when that gets challenged, as the data on hate crime most clearly shows that it has, that hurts us all and that hurts us. And you'll have seen the extra policing we've put into Jewish communities in London, the extra patrols around synagogues and around schools, and all the work we've done on a protective stance, as well as following up the crimes that are solvable. I think it's now sort of well north of 300 crimes in the last year or so that we've prosecuted for anti-Semitism, and bearing down on that and doing everything we can do at that local level to protect Jewish communities in what is such a challenging context. At the other end of the spectrum, here are the sort of hostile state and sort of international and national security issues. So you'll be aware that the job I used to do a few years ago, leading for counter-terrorism policing nationally, one of my senior team, Matt Dukes, who will be known to some of you, is excellent. He does that work. Something that's changed in the last few years is the amount of that work that is now done about state threats rather than just terrorist threats. It has been affected by two things. The environment has got more threatening, and government a couple of years ago changed legislation to give us more powers. There's something called the National Security Act, which means investigative and prosecutorial tactics are now more credible and effective against state threat than they were before that. And so, for example, we have a significant caseload of cases involving the obvious countries such as sort of Russia, China, and Iran. And since 2022, there have been more than 20 Iranian-related threat cases that have been foiled. That's a big part of our work at a sort of national security level, which I know would be interesting to some of you. And then the middle between the communities and between the straight threats has been the sort of the protest picture in London, which has been the most extraordinary challenge. And I'm sure there'll be some of what we've done over the last year that some of you in the room think we got right, and there'll be some of it you think we got wrong. I completely understand that. You'll also see the effects of it in your local communities, because sometimes when you don't have your local neighbourhood officers patrolling locally, it's because we're dragging them to the centre to deal with those major events. There was something on the back of yesterday's event, so I was just going to pull out to illustrate the picture that we're in the middle of. So we police under the law without fear or favour. The law isn't what people hope it would be. The law is what Parliament wrote down. That doesn't mean it's right, but that's what we have to follow until Parliament decides to change it. And I was struck by an article on the back of yesterday, which I saw online today from The Independent, which captures being the decision maker in the middle of the theatre. So, two comments, one from the Muslim Council of Britain and one from the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism, which are both critical and both ignore the reality of the law. So the Muslim Council of Britain saying it's an outrageous assault on democracy, freedom of assembly and freedom of expression. Silencing peaceful protesters who stand against genocide in solidarity with the oppressed is not only undemocratic but shameful. That assumes that protest has no bounds, and regardless of the effect on other people, you can protest any way you want. Clearly, that is not true. So that's the assumption behind that statement. Similarly, the CAA, or not similarly, sort of opposite side, the CAA say, for over a year, we've called for these marches to be banned. We reiterated the call yesterday when it was clear the police wouldn't be able to control the situation. Police authorised the static protest, etc. There is no power in law to ban these protests, is the first point. Secondly, we don't authorise any protest. The law doesn't give us that power. So the sort of tougher minds from both sides of the debate are hoping something different would happen. And because it's sort of small p political rhetoric, they ignore the reality of the law. What we've been doing over the last year is steering our way through a complicated set of law, trying to use it to balance the different rights. We have to take account of the Human Rights Act. That's what the law says. And which, of course, the rights of all communities and the rights of protesters and freedom of speech, etc., etc. And the powers to condition protests are quite limited. We've used conditions on the protest more than we've ever done before in terms of times, constraints, routes. Always trying to balance their right to protest with the right of other communities not to have a serious disruption. We've been taking account of the cumulative disruption on communities, particularly on the business communities and centre of London and on Jewish communities. And my command team took decisions over the last few weeks that the plans for yesterday needed more sharper and stronger set of conditions to move them away from what their original plans were. And you've seen all the press releases and the interventions there. So we've moved the dial because of that changing picture. We will continue to do everything we can do to support people's right to express their views and to manage the effect that has on disrupting other communities. And that's what we've been trying to do. We will probably get judicially reviewed at some point. That happens from time to time in this space because the law is complex. And I know you won't be happy with every decision that we make, but I give you my absolute word. We are determined to do everything we can to ensure that every community can thrive living, working and praying in London. That's what we've been trying to do. That's what we will continue to try to do. Thank you. Should we have a conversation now?
Thank you so much, Sir Mark, for your comments, for the generosity of your time, giving up your Sunday to be with us, and for exercising precisely that judgment day in and day out. I'd like to thank all of the deputies who have submitted questions in advance. So what we're going to do now is Andrew and the team have done a synthesis of those questions, and I'm going to take those first. I'm going to give the floor to Andrew.
So, and Sir Mark, yes, I've seen this question, so not acceptable. First question was sent in. Why have the anti-Israel and anti-Jewish demonstrations regularly held in London and in other UK cities not been acted upon promptly by all UK police forces through regular prosecutions by the Crown Prosecution Service under Section 4 of the Public Order Act 1986 and under the Racial and Religious Hatred Act 2000?
I might take all these questions. Again, actually. Take all these. Again. Take it again. So we're using the law to its full extent. Often when we get these questions, people have read a bit of the law and says, that bit applies to this situation. Parliament have made this very challenging for policing because when it comes to protest, they're basically saying to us, you have to look at these specific bits of law about hate crime, threatening behaviour, alongside Human Rights Act and balance the two alongside each other. It's fiendishly complicated, and from time to time we end up all the way, cases go to all the Supreme Court and someone pores over it for 2 days and writes 30 pages on how the officer on the day in 5 minutes got it just about right or just about wrong. There are nuances in the law, which I saw the question, which doesn't really capture to do with how it operates against freedom of speech. In many of these offences, you need to show a likelihood for it to cause violence rather than just the original wording. When I did the report with Dame Sarah Khan for the Counter-Extremism Commission, we looked at hate crime law and we didn't feel it captured some of the challenges that are faced in contemporary society. So, for example, it is perfectly lawful to stir up race or religious hatred in the UK, as long as you avoid doing it in a way which is threatening or abusive. So, for example, if you're doing it online, if you're doing it in a context where there aren't people there present who are likely to feel a threat of violence, then it's lawful. And I think that lands particularly heavily on Jewish communities, doesn't it? Because all the sort of faux academic global conspiracy arguments about Jewish communities that you see online, they're infecting the minds of people who get a lot of their media consumption from non-traditional sources and increasing anti-Semitism across the world. It's pretty obvious the intent behind those articles, yet generally they're not illegal. The Law Commission, about similar time, about 5 years ago, did a report where they identified similar issues in terms of gaps in hate crime legislation. So it's not as straightforward as the question makes out. We use the law to full force. We try and make arrests on the day. It's not always possible because sometimes we're getting the information 15 minutes after it's happened on social media, then you're trying to find somebody in a crowd of 10,000. But we do eventually find them, do eventually arrest them. You've seen yesterday we made around 80 arrests. We've already charged some of those people. And there are some people we didn't capture on the day. And it's indications that we've been following up on some of those people who were ringleaders of the breach of public order conditions yesterday. So we do go after people, but the law is complicated. I don't say that to defend the law. I just say that as a creature of the law, that's what it is. I'll repeat the question. What specific training processes are in place to equip officers who are dealing with these protests to understand the law? That's the gist of it, isn't it?
it just says, with the knowledge and skills to identify and address anti-Semitic incidents during Palestinian demonstration.
Yeah, so as part of the briefing material for the thousands of officers who get involved with this, we give them the necessary skill set and knowledge, but we also support them with experts. Some of the experts we support them with, we have experts in our control room. I mean, some of you, I think, Andrew, you've been to our control centre, a massive facility in Lambeth. So we've got experts there with particularly contentious things they can take advice from. Our own experts. We also have, on complex operational days, we'll have Crown prosecution lawyers there as well, so we can be completely joined up. Another example, the nuances of flags. If you're looking, the difference between a flag that supports ISIS or Hamas or Hezbollah and political flags of close allegiance, of close proximity to that, but not terrorist groups, are minuscule differences. And so you're never going to coach thousands of officers in the knowledge of that, but we have experts on hand who are experts in those things. So that's how we're trying to constantly do it. Give as much skill as you can do to every officer, but put the experts behind them so that they're well placed to get the right advice to make.
Mark, do you want to just drill down a bit on there? So, just in terms of understanding flag, but also understanding perhaps the difference between from the river to the sea, or things written in Arabic, or things written and then something very clearly with Hamas on.
Yeah, so if you're expressing support for a terrorist organisation, that's an offence, full stop. We have never, I think almost never before the last sort of 15 months, made terrorist-related arrests and protests. We've made many tens of those at these protests and subsequent to them because of flags, banners, and all sorts of other things showing support for terrorist organisations, ranging from the sort of paraglider things we saw on T-shirts through to out and out sort of very explicit support to Hamas through to flags. So we've done more of that than we've ever done before, and lots of people have been prosecuted. There are phrases like from the river to the sea, which are, I know most of you, if not all of you, find massively offensive and threatening. I recognise that legally, it's not the judgment is it's not over the line in being illegal. I know that's unpopular. I just need to say, as the law is, we've looked at it as length. We've taken legal advice. We've spoken to the Crown Prosecution Service. There's no reassurance in that, but that's just the fact. I go back to what I said before. I don't think the law on extremism, hate crime, and these issues fully captures the nuances of issues that we're wrestling with today.
Thanks very much for that. The Met Police website says between May 2023 to April 2024, 28% maternal anonymous reporting was categorised as relating to VAWG, violence against women and girls, or other sexual misconduct. This is a greater proportion than previous years, and we consider demonstrates greater confidence in reporting. London is not a safe city for women, and many women do not associate the Met with women's safety. Greater reporting is good, but how will the Met's culture really change? When will women be able to trust?
Women can trust the Met, but I can understand with the high-profile cases and things that have been out there why people ask that question. The reason there's more reporting is we're shaking the tree very vigorously to deal with the minority who shouldn't be in policing. You see a steady trickle of cases in the papers, far more than you ever saw before, about officers being sacked, officers being prosecuted for these offences. That's because we're doing everything you'd expect us to do. We're also going back on all the old cases, looking at the intelligence around officers and removing officers around that. Disappointingly, we're going through a judicial review process at the moment where an officer with a whole litany of sexual misconduct allegations who we took his vetting away and removed him from the Met. The Federation are trying to argue that on legal technicalities that's unfair and he should come back. If you read the articles last week, his history is ghastly. you have my absolute word. We're being ruthless on that, and that's why more women are coming forward, and we're sorting that out. I think the scale of VOG in society, which I touched on earlier, is also worth a mention. I don't think we properly face up to it. If you look at survey data and proper research, and if you're really interested in this subject, police chiefs across the country published a report last summer. The data suggests that 1 in 12 women a year are a victim of a VOG offence in the country. 1 in 12. By a VOG offence, I mean everything from non-contact offences like indecent exposure and upskirting through to domestic violence, rape, sexual assault. 1 in 12 a year. Possibly about 1 in 20 adults are offenders. It's ghastly. So institutions need to be really sharp and robust to make sure you don't get infected by it. And we're getting much stronger, as I've said. But society needs to do better. One of the things we're doing is we're using data to identify and go after the most dangerous. We do that in terrorism. We identify who we're most worried about, and we give you a list of them. Clearly, I won't. For national security reasons, give you a list of the people we're most worried about and where they list them. The police and security services work together to nail them down operationally. We do the same with organised crime. Challenge in VOG is the numbers are so big, you can only do it with a data-led approach. In 1 year in London, the number of men named as suspects on a VOG offence that's reported to the police, obviously what's reported is a subset of what happens, the number of men named in a reported offence in London in 1 year is 33,000. It's a horrific number, isn't it? So how do we decide? So we're trying to follow up on those cases. That's why I put more resource in that area to improve the response, because it wasn't good enough because officers were overloaded. But who are the most dangerous? So using data, we've been doing that with what we call our VOG 100, identifying the most dangerous, going after them. We've sort of multiplied by, we've more than doubled the enforcement impact on the ones who are most dangerous, who are repeat offenders. And we're just going through some evaluation to prove how many rapes and sexual assault, etc., that's preventing. So both being the most vigilant, most determined internally, given the epidemic levels of this crime, and also being much sharper and using counter-terrorism and organised crime tactics to protect women.
Thank you. What legislative changes would best empower the Home Office police forces to respond to threats from hostile state actors, especially Iran?
So I think we've broken the back of the changes necessary with the National Security Act, which came into being 2 years ago. Police and security service has been saying to government for a decade or more that the existing legislation wasn't match fit. There were 3 espionage type acts on the statute books. One, I think, from the 1910s, one from the 1930s, and one from the 1980s. They were a completely inadequate patchwork quilt for the threats that we face today. So they made it very hard to prosecute hostile state activity in the current context. We sort of saying to government, this doesn't work. Law Commission did a piece of work, and the last government eventually responded. And the National Security Act came through, which gives the right sort of powers and tactics, which is why our investigative workload with the security service is going up rapidly. And you're seeing a steady stream of cases in the public domain that reflect the complexity of different states, different types of threats, hostile states using intermediaries such as organised crime. All of those factors, that complexity, we're alive to, and we feel we've now got the bulk of the powers. It's not impossible that 2 or 3 years more in with a new act, we'll spot some things that need to be tweaked, but it has dealt with the majority of the challenges we face, which is why you're seeing those cases publicly.
Thank you. What specific strategies are being implemented by the Metropolitan Police to effectively combat hate crimes, particularly those motivated by anti-Semitism, and to ensure the safety and security of Jewish communities across London?
So I touched on this earlier in terms of the surge in hate crime, which was more than tenfold initially after the after the 7th of October terrorist attack 15, 16 months ago. Fortunately, that's come down a long way, but it's still higher than it was. Before October 2023. We've put a lot more resources into investigating those hate crimes. We've got a senior officer coordinating the effort centrally, and that's, I think, borne fruit in terms of the sort of more than 300 arrests and the cases we're dealing with there. We've also tried to work with communities in terms of getting better at gathering the evidence. It's often dependent on CCTV and other tactics, and we'll continue to innovate and look to how to succeed on those.
That's those questions. Our partners in the work we do with you are PST and the London Jewish Forum and Shomrim. But I very much want to turn to Amanda Bowman, the co-chair with Michael, London Jewish Forum, to ask a question.
Thank you. Could someone get me a glass of water, please? Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. So for deputies, I'm Bowman. I'm deputy for Hampton Synagogue and co-chair with my forum. I've got two areas that I'd like to ask. As you know, Mark, London Jewish Forum has 23 Jewish concerns groups that cover the places across London where there are most Jewish communities, and in most of them, it includes colleagues of yours from the borough command units. So we know that many Jewish people have given up any expectation that anything will happen if they report hate crime to you. What steps can you take to improve the reporting of hate crimes within the first area? The second area is slightly wider. So policing the Jewish community is more than about anti-Semitism, so that clearly has been today. My day job focuses on leadership development and capacity building, and so I understand the frustration you feel when you can't deliver what you need for your people. How do you ensure that officers are educated on the specific needs, traditions, and vulnerabilities of Jewish communities? And what more can we do at the board and at the London Jewish Forum to support you on?
Thank you very much. I'll pick up both of those then. So firstly, on the hate crime point, I think we've talked about at length. Candidly, I'd ask you all, please encourage your communities to report to the police. We need the information. Many of those cases are solvable, but even the ones that we can't solve, the pattern of hate crime is really important, because if it's happening in a particular area, if there's a particular pattern, if there's a series of crimes, having that information helps us identify the offenders and deal with them. As I've said, we have arrested and prosecuted many people. In terms of the community awareness of officers policing this extraordinary city, so first of all, our officers at training school, a part of their input, there's a period where they get significant input from all sorts of different diverse community groups about to understand London. Across most of London, when officers land locally, they get extra induction training that is focused on some of the community dimensions in their area. I'm very happy for us to take away a sort of bit of a stock take on is the right amount of input from Jewish communities in those different levers. So we're doing that the whole time. And Jewish communities are sensitive, but there may be more we can do. Let's have a look at that.
Thank you. And just before I hand back to Phil, I just want to say thank you so much for all the work you do. We feel we work very effectively with you and your colleague. We'll continue to do that, but please make sure that you do ask us for support, because we're here ready to support you, because what works for you will ultimately work better for us.
Thank you very much.
Well, so Mark, thank you very much. You know, when we met a couple of months ago, I said you have the toughest job in Britain. And I think today deputies have heard just a bit about how tough it is and how hard you and your team are working to keep London safe. It has been a phenomenally difficult 15 months for our community, but I know it's been a phenomenally difficult 15 months for the Met, and that every day you've been trying very hard to deal with the new problems that we've been facing, unprecedented problems, and keep our communities safe. As you said, sometimes it doesn't quite work out as we'd hoped. Much of the time it does. And what I'd like to say is I'm grateful to you for the engagement you've had with us, with the London Jewish Forum, with the CST, because I think working together, we have seen things improve on the specific issues that haven't always gone right, particularly early on. And I think the biggest example of that perhaps was yesterday. You know, we were deeply concerned that this march was going to take place next to a synagogue, disrupting their Sabbath services. And we are really grateful for the close and forensic work you and the Met did to, yes, allow freedom of expression, make sure that that protest could go ahead, but to keep our community safe and stop the disruption to our normal communal life. And I think we owe you a huge amount of appreciation for that. When we met, I mentioned to you our own commission on anti-Semitism we've launched. We had Lord Mann and Penny Mordaunt earlier taking evidence from deputies. And as I said to you then, it's really struck us that a lot of the discourse in the last 15 months has seen politicians blaming the police, blaming prosecutors, prosecutors blaming the law. And we're not interested in blame, we're interested in results. And that's where we want to work with you. We want to work with the commission to make sure we make your job easier in terms of keeping us safe. We know how much you're putting into it. We know how responsive you are to us. And we look forward to continuing that work with you. So just for me to say once more, we really appreciate everything you've been doing, particularly yesterday again. And thank you particularly for giving your time to us this Sunday. Really very much appreciated.
So, Samant, thank you so much for being with us. And as Phil just said, giving up your Sunday, so to do. It's been really a privilege to have you with us. Deputies, it looks like we may well bring you in before 5 o'clock. So I need to thank you all for that and for allowing me to chair you viciously enough that looked like it could happen. Before I turn the floor over to Phil for the presidential closing remarks, I'm going to ask you, Phil, can you explain to deputies how they can contribute to the Commission on Anti-Semitism moving forward? We didn't explain how people could do that. So if you could fold that into your concluding remarks, that would be great.
Absolutely. And first of all, I know, deputies, it's been a really long and full and quite emotional meeting. And I thank you for your participation throughout. A particular thanks to Karen, who has once again been absolutely superb in the chair. Deputies, a link is now available online for you and for your constituents to put in submissions of things that you think the commission, the co-chairs of the commission need to consider. That will be distributed by email and on the deputies WhatsApp group. So keep an eye out. Do share your good ideas. We heard so many of them earlier. We're looking forward to hearing more. Deputies, I'd like to use this slot to kind of give a forecast of what to expect in the coming month or so until the next board meeting. And I just want to highlight a couple of things. We have set out as a team to empower our deputies to make the changes, the new hub and spoke model. And there are two particular things I'd like to flag. First of all, on the 11th of February, our Parliamentary Advocacy Day, our first ever Parliamentary Advocacy Day, we're asking our deputies to write to politicians so that we can go together to advocate the case for our community together. Many of you already have written and secured those meetings. To others of you, please now do so. We'd be great to see as many of you there as possible and to have the biggest impact as we can. Second of all, the 16th to 18th of February is, of course, the crowd fund. Our treasurer, Ben Crown, alluded to this earlier. We can't do the good work we do on the budget we currently have. It's just not sustainable. We need your help, each and every one of you, to help us raise funds to ensure that we do the really good work that we do. I also want to give an opportunity and a shout out. We are nearly through all of the HOs having sponsored a Kiddush. In March, the next in-person meeting, Senior Vice President Adrian Cohen will be sponsoring that. If any deputy would like to sponsor Kiddush going forward, maybe there's a happy occasion you'd like to pass them together, particularly May, when we have a senior representative of the Israeli government and an opportunity to celebrate your matter and speak about it. If a lawful being pitched up, I think it's very important. If anyone would like to sponsor that, please get in touch with us. We'll be in touch with you about doing that. So finally, the international division will be on to report next time. Obviously, this meeting really focused on the work of the Security, Resilience and Cohesion Division. The next meeting will have an international theme and flavour. Obviously, we watch the events going on. There will be a broad and open discussion or debate on foreign policy, and we look forward to all of you participating. So finally, may I just say thank you very much, everybody. We've got our work cut out for us, as you see, but good afternoon to you, and Israel Chai.
Friends, just to say the date of our next meeting is the 23rd of February. It's via Zoom only, and I commend to you the dates of all of our plenary meetings for the rest of 2025, which were in your pack. Thank you all very much indeed.